Take away everything. You see, hold on, no, so that you will not say I said it. Hold on, because we have to talk with evidences. Yes, so that people will not say, when you come to BRGIE space, they are doing propaganda. We are not doing propaganda. We are not doing any propaganda. This is what the senator said. He said, take whatever you want to take. Let us be alive.
Everybody knows within our area, but we will not see any action taking place. That is to say, sir, we need this Senate to tell the armed forces to be reporting progress every week so that state by state, otherwise it will be a mess of all issues and we will not be seeing progress. Sir, I beg you that time is right now, that this problem is solvable. We have seen progress. We should not allow this progress to be derailed. We should pursue this remnant of these people so that our next election can be peaceful and sustainable. And we have something to sell to our people, sir. This is the only thing I want to take. If I get protected in my environment, please keep your roads, keep your schools. We just want to be safe. And that's the message we are sending to the Senate President. Please, save our life and our people. We are not bothered about roads now or schools. Please, save our lives. Our people's lives are in danger. Thank you very much, sir. Sir.
Did you hear that? He is begging to survive. He is begging to be alive. But that is one of the states that have implemented Sharia. Niger State is there. Yobe State is there. So all of these states, they enforce Sharia. They will face personal sanction. Another thing that this bill will do is mandatory CPC designation. Because the bill does not just suggest or recommend that Nigeria be designated as a CPC. It requires, that is the key word there, it requires the Secretary of State to make this designation. Yes, it is non-negotiable. Because once this bill is passed, Nigeria will be classified alongside other countries like North Korea, like Iran and China. Yeah, that is where Nigeria will be. The bill will also go for maintaining designations of terrorist groups. That is what this bill will do. Because the bill will ensure that Boko Haram and all the terrorist groups remain designated as entities of particular concern. Because there are Nigerian government officials who have tried to argue that these groups are weakened. Tinubu came out on 1st of October and said, we have weakened them, we have defeated them. No. No, they have not weakened them. So we are not letting you downplay these terrorists. They remain designated. Period. That is the statement. Now, if you look at the statistics that really shock this Senator Cruz, you see that he came and discovered that over 52,000 Nigerian Christians have been murdered. And more than 20,000 Christian churches and religious institutions have been destroyed. And hundreds of thousands of Christians have been displaced from their ancestral land. This is where we belong. This is where we come in. They have displaced our people. Because in June 2025 alone, over 7,000 Christians have been killed. That is an average of 35. You can see this also in the bill that he stated. So entire Christian villages have been wiped off the map. Yes. Because if 35 Christians are killed every day, that means that while we are sitting down here, while we are even listening to this space now, Christians are being murdered to complete this number. So every hour that passes, at least one Christian in Nigeria is killed. This was the little mathematics that I did. In June 13, 2025, this is the massacre that just changed everything. That, Ted Cruz said, what is really going on? Because he mentioned one attack that was in that June. He said that one that happened at the Yelwata in Benue State. That I want to tell you about this massacre in detail because this represents the pattern of violence that Nigeria continue to deny. On Friday, those of us that will say, how did this thing really happen? I had to go and read it to really understand what happened. That on Friday night, preceding Saturday morning, that early hour of June 14, most villagers in Yelwata were asleep in their homes. So in summary, these people are, this community is a farming community. and they have hard-working Christians who grow their crops to feed their families. That is the work that they do. So 2 a.m., these Fulani terrorists surrounded that village, and they were heavily armed with AK-47 and machetes. They did not go to steal. They did not go to kidnap. They went there to exterminate those people. The attack lasted for hours. They were moving house to house, shooting, killing women, killing men, killing children. They even set the home ablaze, with families still sleeping. So those that escaped ran into the bush and they were screaming. This was the one that made Pope to say, Mbano, what is happening? So by the time the sun rose on that June, for over 200 Christians were already dead. They were already dead. And where were the Nigerian security forces? Where was the military that Nigeria claimed is winning war on terrorism? Musa claimed, Tinubu claimed. They were not there. What did they do? As usual, we know now they arrived late after hours of this killing. You see? And they now begin to take photos of dead bodies. And they wrote, and nothing happened. There was no arrest, no military response, no justice. Just the same thing as governor of Borno is saying now, that he notified Nigerian military, but his request was turned down, ignored, because they have to wait for response from Abuja before they can engage these terrorists. We saw really more devastating letter again on the 6th of October, 2025. We read a full of it, but I'm not going to go into detail anymore. I'm just looking at, the Congress persons that have reported this attack. Every day we have increase in number. He also wrote to the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, I write to urge you to take immediate action to address the systematic persecution and slaughter of Christians in Nigeria. As a Christian nation founded upon biblical principles, the United States bears a unique obligation to stand for the freedom and protection of Christians worldwide. He continued, he said, Nigeria has become the deadliest place in the world to be a Christian, and the United States cannot stand idly by. I urge you to use all diplomatic tools available, including designating Nigeria as a country of particular concern, and halting arms sale and all associated technical support until the Nigerian government demonstrates it is sufficiently committed to ending this reign of persecution and slaughter. They will never stop. They will never stop. He said halting arms and all associated technical support. So that means no more American weapons for the Nigerian military. Who did this? BRGIE, APM Ogechukunke, that you were abusing, he used to carry briefcase. No more spare parts for their aircraft. No more. Because they depend on America for all this. No more training for their soldiers. Who do? Now you see, my people, when they say soldiers, they get these weapons and pass it to the terrorists. Nigerians don't have soldiers anymore. The terrorists have killed all their soldiers. So what they have are terrorists in their military uniform. So look at how it goes. They collect the weapons, they pass it to them. So there will be no more sharing of intelligence on Boko Haram. Yes, they have been deceiving the Americans that they are sharing intelligence about Boko Haram. They've never done that. So no more cooperation on counter-terrorism. It will not happen again. Because Nigerian government and military can never function without American support. They can never. Because their equipment is made in America. Their officers are American trained. That is the terrorist. You see? So they can never enjoy this favor anymore. Yes, they can never. Because this Congressman Moore didn't just express concern. He presented evidence about the 7,000 Christians that were massacred, the 19,100 churches that have been burnt. We read this the other day. So I will not really go into detail. He just demands three things. Just three things. Designate Nigeria as CPC. The same thing that Ted Cruz demanded. No delay, no further studies, no more waiting. Do it now. Do it now. Halt all arms sales to Nigeria. No more bullet to Nigeria. No more rifle. No more helicopter. Nothing. And suspend all technical support. Three demands in all that he wrote. 3 good demands is what he made. So think about this. If it takes for US congressman to tell his own State Department to cut off all this, hey, Nigeria is gone, my people. Nigeria is gone. And he said, I don't care what they claim. Their action speaks louder. Cut them off. That is what it means. And if you now look at the congressional subcommittee hearing, you know, that the Catholic Bishop of Makurdi went, and it was held on March 12, 2025. You know, the United States House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Africa, chaired by Congress Chris Smith of New Jersey, he had a hearing with a simple title, Persecution of Christians in Nigeria. And we saw that Bishop Wilfred is his name, Catholic Diocese of Makurdi. You know, he represents Christians in Benue State. The same date that that Yewe State village was massacred 3 months ago. We saw it. So he didn't just go there to give abstract testimonies. No, he went there with evidence. He went there with photographs, with names of the dead people. I think our information minister shared that. It's also on Twitter, the names that have been pasted out there. And he told the Congress people something that really shocked them, that of all Christians killed worldwide in any given year, that, my people, he said 90% are killed in Nigeria. 90%. Do you know what it means? 90% of all Christians murdered on planet Earth are murdered in Nigeria. 90%. Now, it's good for them to turn the satellite to Nigeria. So that means that if you add up all the Christians that have been killed in Iraq, or killed in Syria, or killed in Pakistan or Afghanistan, killed in India, or killed in China or North Korea, or every other country that Christians have been killed, those, all of them only represent 10% alone, while Nigeria accounts for 90%. Isn't that overwhelming? And somebody will sit on a seat, and say that there is no genocide of Christians going on in Nigeria. It is a very, very big shame. Because after hearing what this bishop said, after reviewing the evidence, after consulting with experts, that was when the House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Africa took a vote on March 17, 2025. Few days after this hearing, they approved measures using President Trump to impose sanctions on Nigeria. That was what happened, my people. You see, you know, and people were maybe saying, how are they sure of this information? How are they sure? Let me tell you, my people, when we come to BRGIE space, we do a lot of research before we come out. These people did not believe in the media handle or news from Nigeria because they deceived them before. US have what is called watchdog agency. Watchdog agency. That is what they have. So they took all this information, all this data from watchdog agency. I will tell you the few of watchdog agency that they have, because this watchdog agency, they monitor violation, any human rights violation globally, and they are the ones that will make a recommendation each year about which country should be designated as CPC or redesignated if they were removed, like this Nigeria. They are called watchdogs. So when a watchdog agency documents killings of Christians or corruption in Nigeria, it means that the world can no longer pretend not to know about it. Yes, they cannot pretend. Their reports are the foundation of every hearing and every sanction, every resolution that we hear today. Because without watchdogs, truth will stay buried under government denial. So they have this watchdog. I'm like, for real, no wonder these people are coming out with concrete evidence. Yes. One of such is US Commission on International Religious Freedom. You remember when I said I will be using the abbreviation USCIRF. US Commission on International Religious Freedom is one of the watchdogs for United States of America. And they have repeatedly called for Nigeria to be designated a CPC because of the ongoing attack on Christians communities. You see? So we have another one. Remember when we said something about Open Doors a few days ago? Open Doors, that was an conducted interview in Fox News. Open Doors is one of the watchdogs. Yes, and they have ranked Nigeria as 7th worldwide for Christian persecution. They've documented over 3,100 Christians that have been killed in 2024 and record over 2,000 Christians kidnapped in 2024. We have another watchdog. So wherever you see any news or their handle, follow them. These are the people that are collecting evidence and tender it and make sure that Nigeria will be designated as a CPC. Another one is International Christian Concern. Let me read again in case some people are jotting down the name. Fetch them or make we follow them. First is the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom, USCIRF. The second one is International Christian Concern. They've documented systematic attack on Christian communities and they've recorded destruction of places of worship across Nigeria. These people were there taking record and Nigeria thought that they were not important. They are very, very important. They gave first-class evidence with complete data, verifiable data. They also tracked displacement of the entire Christian population. Another one day, these are the few that I could say to you. Please, if you have time, you can also search. There's another one called Genocide Watch. Is another watchdog. That one, they issued a genocide warning for Nigeria, and then they categorized the violence against Christians. This one even have stage that they, from where we used to say scale 1 to scale 10, they have placed Nigeria on stage 9. On stage 9 in their 10th stage of genocide scale. So Nigeria is on stage 9. By next week, they will, catapult it to stage 10. That is the final. So imagine, and these are the kind of people Nigerian senators want to go and engage. Oh my God. And they call for immediate international intervention. So imagine Genocide Watch placing Nigeria on stage 9 out of 10. Ha. Oh my goodness me. So when you see that all these multiple international organizations, that are coming from different areas, they all reach conclusion independently that this is genocide. Unlike your current president that said that it is patternless. These ones came out with the right term and said, this is genocide. There is nothing to argue about here. This is genocide. We are talking about documented reality. So now the free world, especially America, has finally opened their eyes, because when they see information coming from these watchdogs, they now see the truth in it. They cannot say they did not see it. Everything is out there. Everything is out there. So Nigeria panic because this evidence is undeniable. Maybe they have been seeing all these people roaming around in Nigeria. They say, don't worry. Hey, Beke, come and take coffee. Not knowing that they are doing serious business. They are panicking because international community is united. Sanction is coming. Yes, they are panicking because the world is watching them. And Nigeria is right to panic. Oh. Hey, they are very, very right to panic. They cannot bribe these people. Oh. They cannot borrow the money. They are giving authenticated, verified information. Yes, my people. Authenticated. They cannot bribe these ones. Because these ones are there. All these watchdogs are there to speak the truth. Yes. The weapons that Nigeria fear. Let us just understand. I think I will go through this and then I'll pass the mic. Then we talk on this before we go to the next session. What exactly is a country of particular concern? Because some people may be saying, what does it really mean when United States designate a country as a CPC for religious freedom violation? It may sound like jargon, but it is not. It is not. It is called country of particular concern. That is the full meaning. Yes. I said, okay, let us even know, how did this thing come about? Does it mean that other countries are facing the same thing? I now discovered that in 1998, I just discovered it because this thing made me to start studying. I tell you, this thing made me to start studying. Maybe a lot of us have also studied, but don't blame me. I'm only studying for the first time. Yeah. Madam K, I've sent it again. I don't know why it is not coming to you. Maybe network.
You'll send
Yeah,
again. Let's see.
I've been sending the co-host every time. Maybe it will come after some time, or when I refresh. Once I finish it, I'll refresh, and then I'll resend it. So in 1998, because you have to understand the why, the United States Congress passed a landmark law called, my people listen, International Religious Freedom Act, IRFA. You understand why everybody is calling on Secretary of State, Secretary of State. Because I love asking questions. Why is everybody writing to this man? I want to know. And I said, okay, and maybe I'll also share it so that we really understand why our APM had to shake hands with Marco Rubio. Why our APM stood on the floor of a redeclaration in Latvia and said, what will he go back and tell the Secretary of State when this mad woman was saying Biafra was declared in November 2029? If you remember, our APM said, no, I told the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, I am going to redeclare Biafra on the 2nd of December. Remember that he climbed the podium and said, what is today's date? People now said December 2nd. Our APM said, what was supposed to happen on December 2nd? Everybody shouted, redeclaration of Biafra. He said, if we don't do it today, what will I go back and tell Marco Rubio? Marco Rubio is not a my man. Our APM, we salute you. Let's continue. So this law was signed by President Bill Clinton. Yes, in 1998, and has been reauthorized and strengthened by every president since that time. So any president that comes into the office will reauthorize this law. So it's very, very active. It's not dormant. The law is active. Every president, whether you are Republican or whether you are a Democrat, you must reactivate this law. You must strengthen it, so it must be active till the kingdom come. And when they established this law, they had three good key things. This law covers three things. First, the law created the position of ambassador at large for international religious freedom within the State Department. So the duty of this ambassador is to monitor religious freedom worldwide and report violation to Congress and the President. Two, this law, it creates the US Commission. Remember when I said watchdog? This is one of the watchdog. So it creates US Commission on International Religious Freedom. He said, I told you now, I'll be using the abbreviation, but I can't use it. I just want us to understand the importance of that watchdog, that this USCIRF is one of the watchdog that was created with this law in 1998. It is an independent bipartisan federal commission that investigates religious freedom violation and makes policy recommendation. Remember, I said they have also made recommendation for Nigeria to be declared as CPC. Now, this is where it is getting interesting. Number three, and this is where it is most important to us, it requires the Secretary of State, to annually, not weekly, to annually review the status of religious freedom in every country on earth and designate countries that engage in particular severe violation as countries of particular concern. Now, can we put one and one together? Do you now see, while Blinken had the power to remove Nigeria from CPC, and at that time, one of the letters from the congressman reminded Marco Rubio, who is the Secretary of State now, he reminded him that he also wrote to Blinken to return Nigeria to CPC. And Blinken did not return Nigeria to CPC. So now, if you now see what is happening, this is the reason why everyone now is writing letter to Marco Rubio, because he has the power. Anybody that is the Secretary of State have this mandate to designate a country as country of particular concern. You understand me? So this is where it is getting interesting. This is where it is getting interesting. So if you have not been tagging him, what are you waiting for? He is the only man right now that can designate Nigeria as a country of particular concern. What are you waiting for? Begin to tag him. Yes. So that is why everybody is writing, he has the mandate. So anybody that becomes the Secretary of State, this is the work of that person. It has been signed into law. So if you now ask what constitutes particular severe violation, just like we did when we were talking about Montevideo Convention, did we meet the criteria? There are criteria now before you can designate a country as a CPC. So we are going to look at this criteria one by one, and then we will have interactive session if truly Nigeria should be designated. So this act, IRFA, that's it, International Religious Freedom Act of 1998, is very, very specific about what qualities, what qualifies as a particular severe violation of religious freedom under the law. So this means that systematic means organized and ongoing, not random incident. I don't know if you have a paper, just put it down for me because I will ask this question again. Systematic is 1, ongoing is 2, erroneous is 3. Now, systematic meaning organized and ongoing, not random incidents. Number 2 is ongoing, meaning it is happening right now and it is still happening. Number 3, egregious, meaning extremely bad, shocking to the conscience. And number 4 is violation. When they say violation, it includes one or more of the following. Now let's look at the violation. Torture or cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment comes under violation. Prolonged detention without charges. Does that sound familiar? Number 3 under violation, causing the disappearance of persons by the abduction, detention of these persons. And number 4 under that, other flagrant denial of rights to life, liberty, or security of persons. So we will come back to that before I go to the sanction. So I want us now to answer this question before I go to the second part about the consequences that will come, mandatory consequences that will come. My co-host, Toti, maybe I should just finish that and then we know that we finish everything with the Congress. What do you think?
Yeah, before you go ahead in 2000, thank you for giving me the mic. When you were making your statement, you said if Nigeria will be designated as a country of particular concern, it's not about if. Nigeria will be designated because they are
Exactly.
topping the chart. They are 9.
And they've been designated before anyway.
Yeah. Hey, Toti, we can't hear you again.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I said, that is why all of them are now running all over the places. Even watching one of the interview of the so-called presidential spokesperson, Daniel Baola in France 24. He went there and even, indict himself. He said when the killings of Boko Haram started in Nigeria, their targets were Christians, but along the line, they now started going haywire. Now, what are we saying? What is the United States of America saying? That there is Christian genocide. And for Bawa to confirm that fact, which the United States of America is standing upon, and what we, as a people that is facing this uncalled for situation, through persecution of maybe what we identify with as a Christian, is saying that we are the target. So for Bawa to say yes, that Boko Haram started targeting Christians, targeting churches, started targeting pastors, have already indicted them. So the more they are coming out, the more they'll be held accountable. So it's all about if Nigeria will definitely be designated as country of particular concern. So I just want you to just don't even say if for them because they are topping the chart. So I just want to make that clear. So you can go ahead and to us. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Key, You want to say something before I continue?
No, please, no.
Okay, yeah. So let me just round up this senator thing, and then we'll pass the mic, because we have to answer question here, so that we really know if Nigeria. Okay, thought is I should not say Nigeria. Yeah, this is like a question, and we have to answer it here for everybody to hear. Based on what we have read for some time now, does Nigeria meet this criteria? Number one, I think we just have to talk small before I continue. Number one, I'm going to read it. This is systematic. The attack follow pattern. Christian communities in specific regions are targeted repeatedly. Another one is ongoing. Did they meet this criteria? Ongoing means that Christians are still being killed. Another one is egregious. Are they burning people alive in churches? Are they raping women? Are they kidnapping children? Number one is torture. Are they torturing people? Are people being killed as they are being tortured? We have another one, prolonged detention without charges. Are they doing this? I need people to answer. Forced disappearances. These are all the criteria you have to meet, and then they designate you as CPC.
They
Do
have
we
none of
have people that have disappeared? Madam Key, you want to speak? Go ahead. Which one do you want to answer?
Okay, my dear people, have Nigerians and Biafrans not passed through all these ones, and even more. The worst part of it is that they are in cahoots with who that people that are governing them. You see, so they have even turned part of it into a business venture. So sometimes they will just pick some people and go inside and uh, you know demarcate them as if you're separating chicken. When on Sundays when you kill chicken, you bring out the intestine and they take out the good parts. So it has gone worse than consequence. That is what they should have done before they've been designated. It's worse than my people. So tutos, yeah, the thing that you have read out is it's worse than the situation that the people are passing through in Nigeria and in Biafra. You see, if they want, let them come down. We'll take them to the police stations. That all these things are happening live. You see. So well, let's continue. Read out another question. Let's answer now.
Okay. The next one is yeah, I've seen Afam. Do you want to answer the question? I'll read again.
Yeah.
See, okay.
Yeah,
Let me,
the,
yeah, sorry, Afam, please, I will come back to you. Sorry. Tutors, the violation, what you read out that time, the violations that Nigeria has committed that makes them accomplices or makes them viable to be designated as country of particular concern. When you were mentioning it, you mentioned torture, cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment. Yes, the Biafran people have been passing through torture and cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment or punishment in the hands of the Nigerian terrorist government. They have been killing our people, let me not say even from 1967 up to 1970. Okay, let's come down 2012, 2013, 14, 15, up to this moment in Aba High School and other places that our people, when they were protesting for their own self-determination, Nigerian terrorist government came in there, shot so many people dead, and today so many people are still missing. And when you talk of prolonged detention without charges, so many Biafrans are being held in different prisons in Nigeria today that even their family members doesn't know where they are. Without charges, these people have not been charged of any crime, but they are being detained unjustly. And even though our supreme leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, was also kidnapped and also being kept in a prolonged detention without charges, of which they have been going to do their symbolic court saying that they are doing trials, of which so many reputable courts in that contract of Nigeria have said they should release our supreme leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that he did not commit any crime. Now, causing the disappearance of persons by adoption or clandestine detention of those persons, of which our supreme leader is a particular example of that. They went to kidnap him all the way from Kenya, and as you can see in Obigo, when the Obigo massacre that was facilitated by the drunkard Wiki, you see how they adopted men and women from Obigo and scattered them all over the places in all prisons in the northern region of Nigeria today. And that is what they call disappearance of persons, because some of those people today, the people doesn't know where they are. And again, the last one, other flagrant deniers of rights to life, liberty, or the security of persons. Nations so designated are subject to further actions, including economic sanction by the United States of America. Yes, now what are we doing as a people? We are only fighting for our rights, which is our right. We are only, speaking out that we want to chart our own course. We want to govern ourselves as a people, which is our right according to the UN Charter. That self-determination is our right. We have right to speak for ourselves. But in that aspect, where we are exhibiting those our rights for the international community, even to the Nigerian terrorist government to understand that yes, this is our right, for them to come to the round table and negotiate with us, they started killing us, abducting us, and even though incarcerating so many of us in detention today, of which, and that is why I see stand that Nigeria must be designated, not if. And that is my take. Thank you very much, and tutors. We can move the mic.
Okay. Madam K, you want to speak? Afam? Biafran, speak mic now. Answer this question. Not when I want to end the space. Now you come and request for mic. There are questions to answer here. Pick your mic and talk. Answer this question. Does Nigeria meet this? Hold on, please. Does Nigeria meet this criterion for CPC designation? Do they attack a Christian community? Have they been killing us? Is it still ongoing? Is there mass killing? Are they burning people alive in churches? Are they raping our women? Are they kidnapping our children? Have they been torturing us? Yes, so is there any prolonged detention without charges? Is there any forced disappearances? Is there any denial of right to life? That is the question. If you know Nigeria has met every single criterion for CPC designation, pick the mic and talk now. Request for mic before we go to the next session. Not when I want to stop now, you demand for mic. We will not give you. Yala, go ahead, Afam.
Okay, my sister, anyway, like the circumstances that is surrounding this thing that you are talking about, are we to talk about the people that they have displaced, the terrorists have displaced in Hamufu? The governor, the illegitimate governor of Old Enugu State in Pitamba is going to answer for that. Is it the people at Olu in Old Imo State? The criminal hope is going to be there. He will not escape it. You know, is it just like what our brother said? My future. I'm sorry, I have forgotten this. CROC. I've taught it. What he said. There are a lot of Biafrans that are being detained. Many of them have been murdered. Many of them have been. They have sold their kidneys. They have sold a lot. They have sold their parts. They sold it to China. All those evidences, we have it. Now, like he said also, the first citizen of Biafra, which is Biafran leader, our leader, MNK, is at the forefront. They have been detaining him for so long. What will you say that they have charged him for? Which he's not supposed to even be charged for anything, because he is being kidnapped from Kenya back to the zoo. So in everything, what they are talking about has to do with Biafra. Like I will always say this, and many of us, like Hardcore used to say it, who are those that are Christians in that place, if not Biafrans, before others? Yeah, they have Christians in the northern and so all those places. Yes, but we have the majority of the Christians there. And finally, one thing I want to just add to it is this. My fellow Biafrans, this is my own opinion. If it is America, what the senators that is saying or doing that is going to bring out free our leader, yes, I'll be happy as a human being. But as a man, as a Biafran, I'll be very, very disappointed. Because if anything is to bring our leader out, it should be the noise that we make. When I mean noise, I don't mean noise of coming to the way we talk every day, all those things. It's the actions that we've taken. Our men, what they have done. That noise is what is going to bring us out. That noise is what is going to show that, yes, we know the value of our lives. Not when we wait for somebody to save us. Why we can save ourselves. Because why I'm saying this is not that it's not good for America or maybe the world to help us also. Believe me, when our leaders say burn the zoo down, and when our APM is even saying it, when are we going to take our revenge? When are we going to, I keep saying this, we will be dealing with these people, they will be the one to run to America to even beg them, please, call these people, let them please tell these people to stop. Is it the men that we don't have? We have the men. All we need is we give them what they need. What is that they need? Ejema. This is why I'm saying this. You cannot have more than 10 million a year in your account in that zoo. And we are fighting to save our lives, to save our people, to save our mothers and children. And all you do is maybe you tell me you don't know what is happening. Or tomorrow you tell me that everybody must not agree. Then if everybody must not agree, you don't come to where I save my life, I put everything, and you want to be. Why you are the one that is allowing them to insult us and insult our leader or everything? You know, anyway, I'm happy. I'm just happy. I'm happy that there are beasts that are growing more, even like me. Because this Biafra, like I said, we must treat the stupidity of our people. You see this Sabo, we must treat the stupidity of our people to the lowest level. Nobody, that Sabo village, we must accomplish it. We must. Because if we don't know where the rain begins to hit us, we will not know where to stop it from. We are here, we are waiting. Our sister is educating us. She's telling us every beautiful things the Americans are doing. They are lawmakers. Tomorrow you come, you tell me I'm an Igbo man. They can about to rubbish. But your freedom, you cannot finance it. Because I know there are some of us here. My own, if I have I ask you, I came out on space here. I said, if anybody can hack account, I will give you my own. Go and hack and take all the money there because I have no access to take it off. Some of us here have money in that zoo. But we are here, we are asking for money. Later we will be, you that have known what it is for you to get your freedom, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Are we waiting for women to do that? Our brother Hardcore said something. The people around you, how many people have seen? Like I keep saying, you can't force everybody. But you that are listening, that are capable, that you know, believe me, if you understand what Biafra is, if you have 1 million a gemma, if you have 1 million a je, you will give 800. If you know the word of Biafra to come, if you know that without Biafra, you have no life, you have no generation, then I don't know. I don't see myself looking at you as a human being. My sister Nkiru, please. I said this. I have 100 gemma. that my hand has been cracking. I don't want those who live in the zoo, because before you know, they will be calling you of responsibility. And I cannot have the heart to hear and will not. Please, I want, this is something I've kept for my revelation, please. I want it, because anything I have for them, I don't want like touching it. Please, this thing site, so that I could be able to deposit it, please. I will stop for now. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much, Afam. Let's hear something here before we continue. After that, Senator, I'll read the question again for you. Let's hear something.
And if you allow yourselves to be deceived, things can only get worse. Fulani terrorists will take over your land. Time and time again, I have warned you on this very matter, but some of you never ever listened. Because in this life, what goes around comes around. If you support evil today because you're benefiting, eventually that evil will overwhelm you.
Okay, Senator, there's a question there. Does Nigeria meet every single criterion to be designated? I will go through. I don't know if you were here when I was reading, or should I go over it, Senator? Okay, let me read again. Maybe.
Yes, sorry.
Senator, were you here when I was reading the criterion?
Yes, I was
Hello?
here, please. Yes, can you hear me now?
Senator, we can't hear you.
Hey, what up now? Can you hear me?
Oh,
Can you hear me now?
yeah,
Now?
can you speak now?
Yes, please. Yeah, thank you so much. You just came in a
We
right
can't
time.
hear you, Senator.
You can't hear me?
Yeah, Tutos,
Hey.
mute yourself. I can hear Senator. Mute yourself. Let's see if
Yeah.
you can come up. Senator, you can go. Senator,
Thank
you can
you,
go ahead.
Tate. Tutos, maybe we change your name to Tate also so that you'll be hearing us. Yeah, thank you so much. Of course, they met the criteria from A to Z. Are we forgetting something or what? You know, every criteria that makes them to be designed as a country of particular concern.
I can't hear him. Can anybody hear him?
That's 100%.
Tutos, refresh your system and come back again. Refresh, please.
Yeah. Okay, so I should continue now before
Yes, go ahead.
before I become busy. Yeah, thank you so much. Of course, I don't know if we are forgetting something. This question is even irrelevant to ask, because anyone that is alive, any Nigerian, not even even themselves, they should answer it correctly. That it is 100%. Have we forgotten how many times have they done it in Plateau State, just when they have gone at the eve of Christmas and killed many people? Then even on the Christmas day, the last time was on the Christmas day. No. The first one was on the Christmas day, when they put fire and were with AK-47 outside, waiting for anyone to come out to be eliminated too. They finished everyone. If I search well, I should still have that image where you see people, or many people, being burnt alive. Then the last one was eve of Christmas Day, which was, I think that was either last year or year before last. They did the same thing, killing many people. You know. Then are we talking of what of Owo, which is either 2 years ago or three, which when they went to a church also on a Sunday and killed many people. They've been doing it and they don't have a stop. They don't. They say they will not stop until they will eliminate us all. Remember when they were writing letters to organizations, to churches, informing us that Nigeria belongs to them, that God gave it to them. That was when the dead Buhari announced that anyone from Africa, any part of Africa coming to Nigeria, that you don't need a visa. When he was inviting them, You know, when they said Nigeria belongs to them and they want to take it back, you know. So he did that to invite them. That is why when they go to all these villages, all those towns, maybe the inhabitants of where we have inhabitants of 1,000, they will kill like 200 or 300. Then the other people will be on the run. After those people, they will go and start living in those houses, and they will change the name of the streets. Those are still happening. That is why everyone have known now that it is ethnic cleansing, and that's Islamization and nothing else. So Nigeria doesn't supposed to be only designated as a country of particular concern, but needs to be dissolved. You know, either it is dissolved, then they will ask who and who still want to belong to Nigeria. Like we Biafrans, we are never Nigerians, and we don't want to be Nigerians. Like me now, every time I meet someone or I meet some people, due to the nature of my job, when I'm asked, where are you from? I never mention Nigeria because it's not my country. I will say Biafra. They say Biafra. I say yes. You can call it also Biafra. Anyway, anyhow you want to call it. I can spell it for you. Biafra. Then they will search, and do you know what they see at first? They will say from West Africa. Then when they start reading down before they will know it is part of Nigeria at the moment. You know, I say, yeah, but we are no longer Nigerians. We have declared the restoration of Biafra. Some say it's a declaration of Biafra or a declaration of Biafra. But the main thing is the declaration of the restoration, or you say is the restoration of the declaration of Biafra. We are restoring. We are no longer declaring. We didn't declare that time. What we did was the restoration. So they met every criteria. Anyone that want to doubt it should just Google what we have been discussing here, and there are evidences that backs it up. You go to Nigeria, you ask them. You know, there are many places you can ask and still get all these evidences. So I just want to maintain that with alacrity, more than 150% evidence is down to show you that Nigeria meets and have met that criteria. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Senator. God bless you for your submission and your support. Yeah. MID, please go ahead. Systematically, do they attack? Do they have follow pattern to attack? Ongoing. Are they still killing Christians? Aggressors. Do you have mass killing, burning of people's homes and houses and church, raping women and children? Are they torturing people? Before they kill them, they torture them. Do they prolong? Is there prolonged detention without charges? Do our people, are they forcefully disappearing? Is there any denial of right to life? All these are the criterion for a country to be designated as CPC. Has Nigeria committed all this? That is the question before we go to the next section. MID, please go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, that's very fantastic. Biafra. Yes, we say buenos dias in lingua franca español. We say good morgen in the lingua franca Dutch. And we say buongiorno in lingua franca italianensis. Ụtụtụ ọma in lingua franca biafranensis. I be caro in the lingua franca of Yoruba. Because you know, things are turning round. The indigenous people in that contraption known as Nigeria are waking up because of the work that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has done. the good preaching, good awareness that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has created for the liberation of the indigenous people, even the Hausas, that we are to be eliminated totally by the unfortunate Fulani hegemonic jihadic people. They are also participating today in the quest for the release, unconditional release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the release of Biafra, the liberation, total disintegration of Nigeria, so that people will go and govern themselves. And I want to use this opportunity to congratulate each and every one of us, and also to eulogize and to encourage each and every one of us, especially those that have dedicated themselves totally for the liberation of their people. And I don't forget our international helpers, whom we know as international allies, like our lobbyists, like the American people, the American senators, who have seen the truth of the persecution of the Biafrans. Biafrans are the Christians that they are killing in the northern hemisphere of Nigeria. When you hear they kill Christians in Nigeria and in northern Nigeria, those Christians are Biafrans that migrated from 1800 towards the north. And after 1800, even the time of the amalgamation, because the indigenous people in Nigeria are Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, or Igbo, Yoruba, and Hausa, we did migrated ups and downs before these people came into our land in 1804. The Fulani of Ottoman Danfodio, they are the people that brought the virus into our land. The history of the invasion of the Fulanese in our own enclave, known as Nigeria in this present day, denote that the Islamic wanderers or the Fulani wanderers entered into our land from Badagry. Even before the Badagry, from the northern hemisphere, in 1804. And in fact, when they entered, our people accepted them, thinking that, oh, they were merciful on these foreigners that are coming because they were helpless, they were homeless, they were like strangers, of which they were strangers. Our forefathers accepted them, only for them to prepare themselves and the ground for jihad. The jihad means war for the elimination of people that don't believe in their own religion. And they successfully launched that precisely in the northern part of that territory known as Nigeria, the old Kano-Borno Empire. They launched it in 1807, and in 1808 of the history, they were able to conquer the north. That is what led to what you call the recognition of the Fulanese.
MID-BRGIE, can you unmute yourself, sir? Tutos, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. Can anyone see here MID-BRGIE?
No, I think he muted himself. We can't.
Yeah, MID-BRGIE, can you please unmute yourself, sir? You're muted. If you can hear the sound of my voice, unmute yourself. Maybe somehow distracted. Madam Inky, you can go on. Madam Inky, you can go on while we wait for MID-BRGIE to come back.
Okay, yeah. While we're waiting. Okay, yeah. So a call got into my phone, and then I got distracted. Tutos, are we still answering that question? Or do we just move? Okay, one,
Yeah,
let's
I
move.
don't. I saw 1 million and NGOZI. Maybe they want to answer before we move.
Okay, that's fine. No, one. I don't know who you came first. Okay, but let's start
1
with it.
million came first before NGOZI.
Okay.
1 million, are you there? 1 million.
No, sir. If you're not there now, where's the can go?
NGOZI, do you want to answer the question?
Yeah, I kind of.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good afternoon, everybody, or good evening. I'm sorry, I will come back because I was a little bit busy when I just had my name. I need to answer my name now before people will think I'm not here. I'm here, but I didn't get the question. Maybe if the question can be rephrased, I would be able to answer because I was a little bit busy. Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon.
Let me read the question. You know, we've been talking about what the Congress did and the designation of CPC, designation Nigeria as a CPC nation. So just like we had the criterion for Montevideo Convention, to designate a country, there are also some criterion that that country must meet, and then they designate them. I believe you were here when we started, and who has the right to designate a country, which is the Secretary of State. And okay, fine. So now we have what we call 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 criterion. Number one is it systematic, and then under that systematic, it's like there is a pattern that the genocide follows, like Christian communities in specific region are being targeted repeatedly. And the another one is it ongoing, like Christians that are still being killed every time, and the violence has not stopped, it keeps on accelerating. And then we have the egregious part of it. Is there any mass killing? Is there any burning of people alive in churches? Is there any raping of women, kidnapping children? We have the one under torture. Is there any torture? Are they torturing people? Are there survivors that have reported this horrific torture before being killed? Another one is a prolonged detention without charges. Is there anything like that happening in Nigeria for over 4 years without proper trial? Forceful disappearances. Are people disappearing? Christians, are they kidnapped? Are there people that we've never seen again? And then the last one is a denial of right to life. Yes, so have Nigerian government refused to protect Christians? So we are asking, all these criterion that have been mentioned there, has it happened? Have Nigeria met every single criterion here so that they will be designated as a country of particular concern? That is the question before we move over to the next session. Yeah, go ahead, Nonso.
Tutors, I think Nonso said he's somehow busy for now. Maybe we take
Okay,
I'm here, my boss. I'm here. You know, so this topic, if I allow this little opportunity I have now pass me by, I don't know when I will come back. Antitutos, to answer your question, there are numerous of evidence and numerous of facts of the way and manner, you know, not only this jihadist sponsored terrorists by the Nigerian state government, not just their acts of atrocities, but there are evidences, numerous evidences, where Christians are being attacked in their churches, where Christians are being massacred in their homes, where Christians are being massacred in their sleeps on the street. And all these things, you know, has been going on for a very long time unreportedly. And anybody who dares, or even who dares to, you know, somehow maybe protest or something like against what is going on, you see the Nigerian terrorist government, you know, that have been sponsoring this terrorist attack against the Christians in Nigeria. They will be the one to send their terrorists in the Boko Haram that they have been recruiting into army and police. They will be the one to order them to come there and make sure that, in fact, if the protest is still continuing, that they should kill like 10 or 100, so that at least they will add to the number of the ones that they have killed, so that they will not be able to protest, they will not be able to exercise their right. This has worked. There are numerous evidences of what you have just asked now. There are numerous, and I believe that the international community and the whole world are listening. We are not just saying all these things out of, maybe out of hatred, or maybe out of we just want to say, but there are numerous of evidences and facts to all these things that you are saying. And in the first place, we all know that Nigeria is not a country. We all know that Nigeria is a terrorist state. We all know that Nigeria Nigeria needs to be dissolved. And that is the reason why we are out here and we are doing everything. So to cut it short, there are numerous of massacre, killings sponsored by Nigerian terrorist government, colluding with the Boko Haram, ISIS, and different terrorist groups. There are over more than 21 as we speak today in Nigeria. So this is what is going on, and that is the reason why we, the Biafran people, are saying we are not Nigeria, and that is our stand, and that is how it has been forever before. So nothing is going to change it, no matter how they have tried to force us. And we will not fold our hand and watch this injustice and this evil, going on, that is going on against the Christians in that terrorist, that contraption called Nigeria, that should not even ever exist, that have consumed the blood of innocent citizens, innocent indigenous citizens. Why these terrorists, they are all foreigners? Why some of these rulers, they are all foreigners? They don't care about the people, they don't care about the citizens. That is the reason why, you see, when all these things are going on, it is unreported. It doesn't really matter any part or anywhere in that contraption called Nigeria. They can never report it, as long as it does not go well with the contraption itself and their colonial masters. It can never be reported. But any nonsense that just fly, you will see them. Everything will be going around. So please, there are numerous of evidence to this question you just asked, my sister. Thank you very much. I will give the mic here.
Okay, thank you, 1 million. God bless you for your submission. Yeah, that was very fast, too, unlike you. Okay.
Because of my corner. Let Mazunde won't watch take it up from there. I can see him.
No, Mweze is here before him. Before Mweze will suspend me. Mweze, you want to answer the question before answer before we are free, so that we now go to the next one. Thank you. So I hope you remember the questions.
Yes, Honorable Tutos, I remember.
Go ahead.
Good evening from here, fellow BIAFRANS. First, I must thank Chukwokike for giving us the opportunity to be here, and the God of the universe. I thank them and I salute them. I salute you, Okeke, Okori, Okafo, Konkwo, Mbeke, Mbori, Mbafo, Mbonko, and all the honorable members here and all who are here to listen. I greet you all with full respect. Yeah, talking about the question, I want to use a question to answer this question. And the question is, on what basis, on what criteria is Nigeria standing as a country? Is Nigeria qualified to be called a country? Is Nigeria a country? Because the God of Nigerians, or the God who created Nigeria to last for 100 years. And that 100 years, from what we are aware of, or what is in the internet, or what is everywhere and is known by man and spirit, that Nigeria expired in the year 2014. So on what basis is other people of the world still referring Nigeria as a country when they are aware, they knew that Nigeria expired in the year 2014? The whole world is aware of this fact. So on what basis, on what criteria is Nigeria referred or still referred as a country? That's my question. Then coming to designating Nigeria as a particular country or particular concern, will that designation stop Nigeria? Because that's where I'm interested on. If not, Nigeria has committed all the atrocities in this world known to man and spirit and angels. There's no kind of evil atrocity that space called Nigeria has not committed against humanity. So The question shouldn't be whether Nigeria is qualified. Nigeria is overqualified. Excess qualification is killing that space called Nigeria. If this word is a just word, if this word that people are to be trusted with what comes out of their mind, Nigeria, that space called Nigeria shouldn't even be existing by now. Nobody should even be talking about that kind of space. By now, that space should have been used as a tissue paper and flushed in the toilet. Nobody should even be mentioning that kind of, that crime, that terrorist organization, that evil that before mankind, that before humanity. Nigeria is a calamity. Nigeria is satanic. Nigeria, if you are looking for Antichrist, that is Nigeria. That country called Nigeria. If you are still waiting for Antichrist to come, Nigeria is the Antichrist that already been, because Nigeria opposes everything good, everything that progress humanity. Nigeria opposes it, they reject it, they don't want it. Nigeria hates anything good. Nigeria is definition of evil. When you are asked to define evil, that is Nigeria. So I don't understand this designation of 18, because if that designation of 18 do not stop, and I don't know why the people of the world are still wasting time if that should solve this problem. I don't know how many people they want to be killed or they want them to be dead first before this designation of 18 is done. And if that is done, like I said, Nigeria will qualify for that. Of what help would he help the indigenous people there to free them from this Islamic jihadist who has already conquered some part of indigenous people in that space called Nigeria? That's my question. Of what help, of what benefit with designating that evil called Nigeria? Of what help will he help, or the people, indigenous people there, benefit from designating Nigeria as a country of particular concern? Because to me, it's just a grammar, or just things maybe they will just pronounce and write in the paper, and that is the end, and that place is still in existence, and people are still going to be killed every day. The United Nations, one group organization who already instructed that space to free our Supreme Leader Mazen Nnamdi Kanu today, they are still holding him. So I don't know what impact. With this designation, positive impact. I don't know what the people will benefit as a Biafran that I am. I don't know what, because anything that will take Nigeria out of the way today, that is where I will be the happiest human being on earth. So if the designation, because I know it's just in a paper and a mere pronunciation, if actually the people of the world meant to help us, I don't know how many of us they want us to be killed before they do the right thing. So I don't know. For this topic, I think we should be asking the world to dissolve Nigeria today, not even designating them with this BB grammar. I don't even know the meaning and what impact it will create in the life of dying human beings and citizens that are trapped in that space. Every day you hear news of people being massacred and killed, people's property destroyed, things happening every day, and then too we come out and still defend the evil they are committing. So I will want to know, I want somebody to explain to me very well of what impact with this designation. Will this stop the massacre going on currently as we speak? That anytime you open your internet, what you see is people have been killed in this place. People are human beings with flesh and blood. So of what benefit? Will that stop the killing immediately? Because if designated Nigeria, like I said, Nigeria overqualified for this. If designating them or whatever, before I bite my tongue, we stop the killings of the innocent indigenous people in that contraction called Nigeria. That is the only thing that will make me happy. You know, for if we start debating, say whether Nigeria is overqualified, the whole world knows about this many years ago. Like I said, Nigeria shouldn't even be referred as a country, since the whole world know how Nigeria was created and who created Nigeria, and the agreement that the creator of Nigeria signed, and that Nigeria was forced to be one. And if the whole world is as aware of this thing, for many years, they have been killing us, we have been crying out, we have been begging to be alive in this same world that we came to meet people like us. We have cried for us to be alive. We don't even ask them to build road for us. We don't ask them to build, just leave us who want to be alive. Even if you want our mineral resources, just take it and leave us alive. Our supreme leader has, if that is that gas and oil is your problem, we will give it to you for free. Just allow us to live. Just allow us to be alive. If we have begged and pleaded to the whole world and they still turn blind eyes, our two leaders are languishing in a place that they shouldn't be. They still keep quiet. Of what benefit? Of what benefit? Of what benefit will it benefit me as an ordinary Biafran who is in exile now? That Nigeria has been designated as a country of particular concern. Is that a punishment?
When is it, Simon? Yeah, thank you very much. Tutos, do you want to respond to Weze because he asked a question?
Weze, you know, if you listen to the message from our PM that I played before we started this space, you hear him tell you this thing will not be like a magic. We have to follow the steps, and we have never reached this level. That is the next session we will go into, the consequences of the CPC. You understand? So we have to follow the system. We should even be grateful that we have seen people that have stood up to speak against Nigeria. It is not Europe that is doing it, and then tomorrow they will deviate when they collect money. This is handled by the American Congress. And before they came up with all this evidence, they have evidence more than me and you here. They know that they've studied the pattern. I don't know if you were here when I started this space. Their evidence is not from Nigerian media. They have their watchdogs in all the countries that are gathering information with statistics for them to, understand what is happening. So let's just have that belief that it is handled by the American Congress persons, not Europe, not Finland, not any other country in Europe. Yeah. So it has to follow the step. But once a MID round up with Rage and Fury, we'll go to the next session, which you have to look at the consequences. Why do you think the senators are panicking? Something is coming. You understand? So we have to take it bit by bit. God will give me the grace to go to the next session of it, and we look at the consequences. Maybe by that time, it will make more sense, and then we have to wait patiently. Yeah, and we should have this appreciative heart that it is not easy for us to reach this level. So we cannot force them to skip any step. It is step by step by step by step. Yeah, so that is what I wanted to say there. Toti, I don't know if you have something to add before MID will complete, and then we give to Rage and Fury and we go to the next session. Toti, are you there? Toti, are you there?
Yeah, Madam Wiki can go. I will come back next. I'm somehow so.
Give Reg. Now Reg has been waiting.
No, MID will want to wrap up now. Okay.
Okay.
Anyone, sure. Reg, go ahead.
Okay.
Good evening, greetings to the host and all the co-hosts, all the honorable comrades that are here present. I greet you all. So it's raining heavily here, and somehow it really makes me run out of my thoughts because
I
most
can't
times
hear Reg. Is it from me again?
I am speaking. I'm speaking. Can anybody hear me? I am.
Yeah, it's just that it's raining.
So
That's
the problem now is that
Can you
somehow
hear Reg?
yes.
Okay,
I
let
am
me
speaking.
refresh again. It's from me. Let me refresh.
okay.
Uh,
Refresh.
what is happening, I don't really quite understand because in most cases I'm the first to come to this space to raise my hand. Sometimes I will send message that I should be allowed because of the nature of my network here, you understand? And yet I am not giving my thought till I am kicked out, you understand? Even as of today now, the first person that got here was the host and two co-hosts. I met them here. I was the fourth person that requested the mic and raised my hand, you understand? Mike wasn't given to me. So please, we are in homeland and our network is not very friendly. I just appeal that you should consider us as, especially as a host or co-host. You have a lot of time to say whatever you want to say. Then, as for us that are in homeland here, please just put us as your top priority. Thank you very much. And secondly, there's something I just want to really say before I move forward. Whenever the Honorable Minister of Information is hosting his program, if it is only one person that is present in that program and the sound is not coming out clear, the person should keep writing until the minister sees the complaints of the people. You understand? Because no matter how good, no matter how sound the message is, if the sound is not good,
Rich, please adjust from where you are. The noise is too much, please.
it is raining. It is raining here. I can't adjust anywhere. It is raining. Maybe we just have to hear it like this. Am I coming at a little?
You can
Am I
go
coming?
ahead, but it's noisy. That's well. Go ahead.
It is raining. No matter where I adjust to, it is still the same. It is raining here. You understand? So please let it be managed. I won't take too long. You understand? So like what I was saying, when any of the minister is making program, even if it is only one person that is listening and the sound is not coming out, please, the minister's attention should be, or the host attention should be called immediately, because no matter how good the message you are trying to pass, no matter how true the message is, and the sound is not coming out, it will end up spoiling everything. You understand? And I also appeal to every host of our program, both in YouTube, Facebook, or X. Whenever you are hosting your program, kindly be paying attention to the messages as well, because people will be trying to send message to you. We don't have your direct contact. Most of you, like the Minister of Information, like it happened yesterday, I don't have his direct contact. You understand? So please let all those things be corrected. Like the broadcast he did yesterday was a very powerful message that should be very clear to the world to understand. You understand that that has gone sharp. I greet all our leaders from the time of Dimodime Gojukumazim and the Kano Simon Ekpa, Rafu Wazirike, Acting Prime Minister Gekukere. I send my profound greetings to all of them and to the entire Biafra Defense Forces, the defender of the civilian Christians, babies, women, and children, and old fathers and mothers of Biafra land. We send our profound and sincere greetings to them. And as a matter of fact, as it stands right now, America, Senate, congressmen, lawmakers, decision makers have known the truth about Nigeria, the crimes that are being committed, the terrorism that is being supported by the Nigerian government officials in Nigeria against the indigenous people, especially Christians. They have known the truth now. But the next step now is that, knowing fully well that Nigeria is a very big briber, Nigeria can bribe anything, you understand? No matter how solid your integrity, no matter how solid your principles may be, Nigeria can bribe you to the point that you compromise your standard, you compromise your policies and stand, you understand, regarding issues. And now that Nigeria knows fully well that the matter has gotten to the table of the US lawmakers and to the US government, they will come up with heavy bribe. My question would be to the US Senate, congressmen and women, when Nigeria come up with this heavy bribe, will you compromise your principles? Will you do the right?
Please, Reg, please don't go there. Please, that is not welcome. Please, I'm so sorry.
All right.
Don't
I come from there. Yeah.
good.
Just a question I just wanted to ask. So, talking about meeting all the criteria that made any country to be designated as a country of a particular concern, Nigeria has overqualified, and as of today, people are being abducted. People are being denied their rights. Even speaking for freedom alone, you have to hide. Otherwise, when you are caught, you will be adopted and taken to unknown destination. In most cases, you will be killed and your people will not know anything about your whereabouts. You understand? So as of today, there are still Christians being, Christian worship centers being burned down. Even the so-called military and police, they come to marketplaces, burn down marketplaces, residential homes, which is the same model operandi of the Islamic jihadists of Fulani, you understand? Also carried out by the so-called military and police, you understand? It is happening even as we speak today, as we speak. It is happening, talking about on due trial. Mazin Nnamdi Kanu is a vivid example. It's a very clear example. He's been locked up for over 4 years now after being kidnapped from Kenya by the Nigerian government. Yet he has not been charged for anything, actually. You understand? So these are very clear examples. So Nigeria is overqualified, and talking about overqualified, it should not just end at Nigeria being designated as a country of particular concern. I think they should even go further by, confiscating the asset of all the officials that are, involved in these crimes against humanity, especially Christians. In that place they call Nigeria and Biafraland, it should go beyond just designation. It goes to confiscation of their asset and every other sanction that should also be meted at them, you understand? So that is the answer to that question. And talking about Congress of the United States of America, we really want to say a very big thank you. It shows that it's not everybody that could be compromised, you understand? Like you have a very Richard acting prime minister in Finland who calls himself Alexander Stubb, when he was approached by Nigeria with heavy bribe, compromised their values. You understand? And he unjustly woke up an innocent mother speaking for the freedom, protection, and self-defense of his people. Unjustly locked him up. You understand? So that I strongly believe that it's not every nation that is as poor or as wretched as Finland. Sometimes I even look at it that how much does Nigeria really have to bribe the great United States of America? I have a friend who lives.
Please, Reg, don't talk about bribe with them, please. Focus on the question, please. Please, I'm begging you.
But I never talk anything bad about them before, you understand?
I
Because
don't
I
need
say,
bribe with them. Just cut out that part. You can talk bribe with any other country, not with them now. That is an insult, please.
okay,
I'm begging you. Yeah, they are
all right,
responsible people. Please don't bring anything bribe to where they are, please.
okay. Thank you very much. No problem. It's all the same. We still want to say very big thank you to them for standing up to live up to who they will see them to be, you understand? Because we strongly believe that if there will be peace in the world, the peace of the world is in the hands of the United States of America. And we also appeal to Russia as well to support the United States of America. So just look at the giant stride that Donald Trump, our father, our president, is making all over the world. Now he has brought peace between Israel and Hamas. Peace deals have been signed. You understand? I want to appeal to our father, our president Donald Trump, to look into the Biafran issue, who have been killed for over the years. You understand? So when you see these senators lamenting, crying, it's not that anybody is laying allegation upon them. These are the crimes that they have committed. And at the end of the day, the crimes that the Nigerian government and their officials have committed against humanity, against the Christians, will be the very crime that is going to indict them, that is going to incriminate them, that is going to destroy Nigeria and end Nigeria at the end of the day. Because they have committed so many crimes against the innocent civilians. Understand? So when he was saying that, when Akpabio was saying that they are going to raise a delegate to meet with the lawmakers and stuff like that, the delegate they are going to raise will be the delegate on behalf of kidnappers. Kidnappers are kidnapped Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya. Delegate that support the terrorists that are killing Christians, babies, women, and children on a daily basis. Delegate that are handing over weapons that foreign powers gave to Nigeria to combat terrorism. These are the delegates they are going to raise to meet with the US lawmakers. And I can bet you that most of them, they will from there, that from that delegate they are raising, most of the delegates will go to prison from there. Because the more they talk, the more they will expose themselves and their criminality, the crimes they are committing, the terrorism they are committing against the innocent civilians. No human being deserves to die. Be you a Christian, be you a Muslim, be you a traditionalist, a Jewish, nobody deserves to die. But because of their political interests, because of their greed to maintain their positions and powers, they are only concerned about themselves. They underplay the death of innocent civilians and they give support and backing to all these terrorists that are ravaging the whole place, killing people, killing Christians, Muslims, killing different type of people, you know, just because of their political positions. And they dine with all these terrorists. They negotiate with them. They have handshake with them. They go to party with them. You understand? The one I just read now that one of the senators went to attend the party of terrorists. You understand? Terrorist tied. You can imagine all of that. So because of that's why thank you very much, our beloved mother and our beloved auntie, Madam Tutos. You are one of a kind. And I want to also use the opportunity to speak to my auntie, my mother, Clara Dames, because whenever I hear Auntie Tutos, it reminds me of Mommy Clara Dames. The kind of it reminds me of research. The kind of research that our Madam Tutos does. The kind of research that our Mommy Clara Dames does as well. But unfortunately, I strongly believe that even if they even gave her some money, I don't really think that they really gave her enough money to really betray the freedom of her people. And I strongly believe that everything that she did, it was misled as a result of being promised certain positions, which, you know, in her desperation, she took. You understand? I strongly believe that is the case because I don't really think that they gave her any money. You understand? So I'm really speaking to her at her old age. She's an old woman. Mommy Claridine. She went to Finland 2 times, which really means that she desired the freedom. But unfortunately, we are all human beings. People can be deceived. People can be misled. If you made a mistake at your age, it's not going to take anything away from you to come and to say, my children, I made a mistake. Let us join hands together and continue the fight until our freedom comes. Today now, where is she? She is nowhere to be found. What I'm speaking about her is that she is such an asset as our Madam Tutors when it comes to research. When the first time I learned that, people mean that I am in homeland there, I never knew that senators and representatives, they were receiving about 30 million naira in a month. You understand? It was Mommy Claridine that did that finding, and he told us that very day. I saw the shout everywhere from on space. You understand? So if you are such an asset and you allow a nomadic Fulani woman like OGOJA to deceive, and as a result of that, your pride cannot allow you to come back to fight for your freedom to fight for the freedom of your people. Does it mean that you have given up your freedom for slavery? I am speaking to our mother, my mother, Mommy Claridine. Mommy Claridine, put your pride behind you, do the right thing, because you are such an asset. You have content. You have content. You are not just like all these people that blab, shout here and wow, you know, without content. All they know, they're just so emotional.
Great.
Huh?
Please use 1 or 2 minutes. Please take a minute or two to round up, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. So, my people, is the way it is. And one thing I still need us to understand is that it's not enough for US to sanction Nigeria. It's not enough for all the media in US to talk about the crimes and the terrorism that Nigeria government and their terrorist organizations are carrying out against the Christians and against the innocent civilians. You understand? It is an opportunity for us, the indigenous people, to be more serious in fighting for our freedom. You understand? This is the time. Because as the world is waking up, it's only a lazy man that will run away from a fight when he has a helper to speak for him or to support him. You know, it reminds me of back in the days. I had this friend who had a problem with one of our colleagues. Then you understand, so both of them were about to fight, and they were about to beat him up When I got to that place, I find out that they wanted to beat up my friend. So I entered the fight, and this guy that wanted to beat, he's a very strong man. Myself, my power not matter. So when this guy noticed that I came into the fight, boss, before I know now, my guy now he don't back out from the fight. The guy beat him when they beat me that day. You understand? So what I'm trying to tell you is that it's only a lazy person that will back off when they say he has a helper to help you to fight. You understand? At this very time, this is when we need to stay united. We need to come together. You understand? When we say, Fabio said that somebody must have gone to America to tell them all of these things. You and I, we know that it was not because the president went to America to tell them. We know that it's not the motor park Agbero, the South, the rejected, abandoned pastor who called himself Madam Rafaela Ajare. It's not the one that went there. It's not Imam Mugu that went to US Congress to tell them about the atrocities of Nigeria, which all the evidence that are already available on social media and everywhere was presented live to them. It was not that, it was the Biafra Republic government in exile under the acting Prime Minister Ogechukwu Kere on behalf of the Prime Minister, His Excellency Simon Ekpa, on behalf of our leader, Mansu Nadi, and went to the US Congress to table all these facts. It was the cabinet ministers of the BRGIE that went to the US-Congressional briefing. They are trying to expose all of these facts. Today, I see the fire everywhere. You understand? So to say that, I will say that the crimes of Nigeria against humanity, especially Christians, we find them out, we incriminate them, we destroy Nigeria, and finally end Nigeria. Thank you very much. I yield the mic here.
Thank you, Reja Furi. Okay, Toti, you want to say something?
Yeah, tutors, just give me some minutes because I want us to, trash out that question Moise asked here, and then that is a very, very, very important question. And then this type of question that is coming out from Moise has been the problem why we are still where we are today. And I want us to, let's say if this will be the only thing we want to achieve here today, let's take our time to trash out this question Moise asked here. And before we go further, please, tutors, play the voice of our Prime Minister, where he made a statement how the Biafran government will be legitimate in this fight that we are fighting. Please play that voice of our Prime Minister, because I want every one of us to take cognizance of what we are doing here in BRGIE space. And what we are doing here today is to right some wrongs that have happened in the past, or I may say some loopholes that was not filled in the past that have brought us to this junction where we are today that is delaying our freedom. Because when I say loopholes, because of some kind of no proper explanation of what we are doing has made so many people to follow any mad dog that comes out there and tell them that they will give them Biafra tomorrow. Forgetting the procedure that you getting freedom, there is a procedure. You need to go through this procedure before you get a gold ring. That gold needs to pass through fire. And before I go further, tutors, just play the voice. I want every one of us to listen. Tutors, play the voice of our Prime Minister if you have it there now. Just play it. I want every one of us to listen to what our Prime Minister said attentively. Then now the voice of our Prime Minister, we will now use it to answer the question of Moise. Go ahead, my lovely tutors.
Okay, I've said, Sister Ihu, your hand is up. You want to hold on for me to play and we go to the next session, or do you want to say anything briefly?
Just play the voice. I want us to answer Moise's question, please. Just play the voice of our friend.
Good afternoon, fellow BIAFRANS all over the world. Today is 20th day of August 2024, and I am here speaking to you from my base in Finland. I want to inform every one of you, because it has become very imperative as we approach December convention in Finland. You must know certain things. The declaration of the restoration of independence of Biafra that is to take place on the 2nd of December is targeted at achieving two objectives. One is the delegitimization of Nigeria. 2 is the legitimization of Biafra. After the declaration, we are going to have a very long battle with Nigeria. But this battle, the good news is that we define how this battle will be fought. We will fight them diplomatically, we will fight them politically, we will fight them internationally, and of course, we will fight them locally. So, the 2nd of December is not after that. Some of you will come and say, oh, there is still military barracks, you are going to have them. But let me tell you, if the Vietnamese fought America for years and succeeded in making America to flee, we are ready to fight Nigeria even more than what the Vietnamese did. And we dictate how this particular war will be fought. We are never going into conventional warfare with Nigeria. But the delegitimization will take a different tone. And what I'm trying to tell you people today is that you must be prepared for a very long years of battle for the legitimacy of Biafra government. It is not something that happened in one day. It is not something that happened immediately after our declaration on 2nd of December. But 2nd of December will mark the beginning of a very long battle, which we are going to show our determination with our actions and inactions. So my fellow Biafrans, all I'm here to tell you this afternoon is for you to understand that after the declaration in on December 2nd, 2024, the battle begins. And we are not going to stop. If it is going to take us 20 years to fight Nigeria differently than what we did in 67 and 70, we are ready for it. If it takes also 23 years for Taliban to defeat America and they left their land, we are ready to fight even 40 years. Since 1967 to 2024, Nigeria continued to fight us. The only thing is that we have not fought Nigeria until now. And in this fight, we are still defending ourselves. So 2nd of December will mark the beginning of the Biafra liberation. Do not expect something or any magic to happen. We will make the magic to happen. Thank you, and may God bless you. Good afternoon, fellow Biafrans all over the world. Today is 20th day of
Tutos, you can mute it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honorable Totti, can I explain my very well? Can I explain to you? Maybe you don't understand my question very well, please. You didn't get my question very well. Yeah. So let me make it clear so that you understand me. What I meant.
No, okay. Wait, wait 1 minute. The question you asked, you said, what will this designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern add to what we are doing? Is that not the question?
Yeah, I understand the process. What I mean, I'm asking our people, if we should wait for these people or these countries to designate that space called Nigeria as a country of particular concern before we do the needful, before we do what we're supposed to do, of what benefit? Because if all of us should sit and start or to wait for America to designate Nigeria as a country of particular concern, of how it is going to help us if we are not doing what we're supposed to be doing as citizens of Biafra. That is where my point is going. So I know the process. I know the process the government is taking. I know how the thing works, how it works. So I am not against the process. I understand the process and the way government is going about it. I understand. My message was directed to our people. If we should wait, or if after the US designate Nigeria as a country of particular, would that solve that problem? Would that solve the problem immediately? Without we doing what we should do to defend our land? Without we contributing to defend our land? With that designation now, stop the whole killings? That was where my point was going, Papa. So I didn't mean I understand the process and how it works and how the government is going about it. So please, I don't know if you understand me very well now.
Yeah, okay, I get you right now. I get you right now. Okay, no problem. I thought maybe the question was, to the government. You understand? Like,
No.
out to
Never. I understand the movement. Yeah.
Can I just answer that question in 2 seconds?
There is no need, so he has already made himself clear. I thought maybe the question was coming to the government, like what will this?
No problem. It was a very reasonable question anyway, but I believe that we all understand. But I just want him to understand that it is going to really facilitate, our efforts and everything, making sure that it is going to, if the disintegration of Nigeria is going to help us, like, seriously, because we are in a really serious war. It's going to help us, not as if it's going to solve the problem totally, but we still need that. Is going to give us more advantage in whatever we are doing, to make sure that we get our freedom. That is the little I can just contribute to that. Thank you.
All right, no problem. Thank you very much, Margin. So I will still come back to this, but I wanted to respond now to Mwezi, but he has made himself clear, and I believe that every one of us here have gotten the question they asked in the first place. But I will still come back to this particular, because it's a very, very great concern, and it's something that we need to address, because, our people not paying attention to what our Supreme Leader and also our Prime Minister are doing to, make sure that we get Biafra at the end of the day, has caused a lot of damage. Some people think that maybe because we overnight we just get this Biafra because we are agitating or pushing for it, but we'll come back and let our people know that there is a process, we understand, regarding what we are doing. So our people will stop being deceived by some people that are out there telling them, bring 1,000, you get Biafra tomorrow. Bring $2,000 and you get BIAFRANS tomorrow. So we would like to, clear that air for people to understand and stay in line, because what we are doing here, and especially what tutors is taking her time to do here, is to explain the process and procedures of what we are doing. So whatever the Biafran Republic government in exile is doing in Washington DC today is in line according to the template that was laid down for us by our Supreme Leader and also our Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa. Because our Prime Minister said here, okay, let me just stop. Let's take a MID Brigade, because if I start talking now, it will take much time. MID Brigade, are you there? I will come back to that.
Yeah, because the next section is to talk about the consequences, which is very, very mandatory. Yeah, so
that's why I don't want to go deep. Yeah, that's why I don't want to go deep now till you finish. Yeah.
Yeah, and then can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
I was speaking on how the Fulanese entered in that enclave known as Nigeria from 1804, and in 1808 they were able to establish their jihad. That was where I ended from Kanembonen Empire, and they used a care system to hoodwink the Hausa, especially tribe, the Kanuri people, and they became the MIS. They started installing the MIS. That was where I stopped before I had a call. So our brother asked the question on what impact is the congressional hearing. Now I want to say this very quickly. Nobody should be making the jest or caricature of our congressional hearing. You can use any other thing like NGOZI or Abu Fulani. You can use the Fulani hegemony, the Nigerian politicians. You can use any other thing, but not our strive, our effort to make sure that our word is heard. The congressional hearing is what you call the diplomatic battle for the survival and for the actualization of Biafra. Nobody should make a jest of that. No rigmarole. I'm a professor of political science, international relations. If you want to make example, don't make use of congressional hearing. We have not even had the congressional hearing. We have just had congressional briefing. If you know that, if you know the way things function in the world, you should have been so very, very apologetic, you know, in respective manner. On seeing Senator Ted Cruz that Ogechukwu snap picture with, being the same one that is saying that he's going to punish Nigeria, that his administration will punish Nigeria. Nigeria is the supporter and the promoter and the sponsor of Boko Haramites, Ashwap, Lakrua, Zanga Zanga, Wakashege Yamutuminini Kazuma na Zembakashi, ISWAP, ISIS in Africa province, all the terrorists, APC, PDP, Soludo, Omahe, all of them, the one from Enugu State. Now, these people are punishing our people. The one from Abia State is following them also. None of them are excluded. But the effort of BRGIE is the congressional briefing. Nobody should use that to make negative example. Nobody should be doing that. That is exactly what they prevented Ojukwu from having. They prevented Ojukwu in 1967 from having what you call Biafran government in exile. They prevented him. You had the likes of Dr. Chebe. You had the likes of Dr. Akanibian. But the saboteurs prevented these people. The first person that they catch or they caught was Dr. That one that the university was betting his name from Anambra State. What is it called? Is it Anambra-Igbo? Yes. They caught that one first. They did not allow those our people to shake body to come near to the Capitol Hill. But today in 2025, we are seeing our brother that we drink tea and coffee together, being the one through whom the Congress of the United States is saying, considering the plight of Biafrans, the Christians.
Academic. Yeah, you're distracted again.
Yeah. I'm sorry for the distraction. What I'm saying is this: our people should not downplay. Our people should not downplay the achievement in the name of congressional briefing or congressional hearing or Capitol Hill or Gechukunkere. People should not be using that as a kind of bait to what is the result of that. We are aspiring to have that, and we have got that. We should blame ourselves. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, His Academic Highness. Oh, you're very ready. Go ahead.
Yes, so I'm ready. Good evening, dear friends. Good evening, everyone. My tutors. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening, Sister Anki. Good evening, everyone. 30. Good evening. 1 million. Good evening. Long time. MID BRGIE. Good evening. Wednesday. Good evening. Good evening. Sister Stella, very long time. Good evening, Ma. I can see you somewhere there, down there. Good evening. Good evening, Sister Stella, if you're listening. Emeka, good evening. So I'm just using my phone. I'm just going to be brief as usual. My tutors, you could see I was a bit not happy when somebody interjected when you were teaching us, about these criterias, you see. So yeah, looking at the criterias, I just wanted to answer your question actually. You were asking if Nigeria has merited to be designated, as a country of particular concern. Yeah, they have. Just to add my voice a little bit, you talked about the, systematic killings, the systematic killings. Yes, we can see systematic killings all over. I have friends who are Hausa Christians. That my friend Hausa Christians, we live together even at this moment. We schooled together. Her village has been renamed. She doesn't go back home again. Okay, so, and it's not just her village in the plateau. So many other villages has been, burnt down, renamed, people taking over ancestral homes systematically. It's not just one village, so many villages. So many families have been killed. Christian families have been killed. And that part of Plateau, they are Christians. So this systematic killing is not just a child's play when it comes, especially in the Plateau, Benue. We've been seeing all that. So if Nigeria is lying that there's no Christian killings, I think they should think again. And then talking about torture, you could imagine, I saw one image, one video where they would tie people's, and that was in Benue, I think in Benue, they would or Plateau, they would tie their hands back, right from the upper, they would tie back, from their elbow, they would tie their hands back, and then they would push them towards the well. I don't know if all of us know what I mean by well, where they draw water. It's like a hole, and then they will point this AK-47 on their head and shoot them, and they were shooting them one after the other, one after the other. After watching that, I couldn't eat that very day. Those were Christians. Those were Christians. They were tortured and murdered. And we have all seen them beheading Christian soldiers, Christian Nigerian soldiers, beheading them on camera, So what is Nigeria talking about? Beheading them on camera. And they are telling us that there's no systematic killing, there's no torture, there's no Christian, annihilation in Nigeria. Then you talk about, this disappearances. The disappearances of people is is quite predominant around the eastern, which is the Biafrans. They keep adopting our youths from their houses, pushing them into houses, and that will be the last time their parents or their relatives will see them again. And you remember that of recent, we heard that there's a secret cell that was discovered in Kaduna State. I think that was last week or last month or thereabout, if I'm right. There's a prison that was discovered, and these people are there. These are children these are people they got from the eastern part of Nigeria, which is the Biafra land. They got them, and what are they putting them there for? Using them as organ donors. When they need organ, they will take one. Whatever thing they need, that's how they've been eliminating these guys. They kept them there, no charge. They don't charge them to court, nothing. So why are they keeping them in prison? Mazin Nnamdi Kanu is a big example of this the detention part of the whole thing, detention without trial. So when our people when they disappears, they will disappear and appear into their secret prisons, and then they will not put them there without trial. So Mazin Nnamdi Kanu is another example of putting people into detention without trial. So I'm just like saying, Wednesday was saying something, but he later said it wasn't what he said. But when Wednesday was talking, I was like, well, the only thing we should know is we're on a process. Our Mazi Simon Ekpa, our PM, said we're on a process. It's one after the other. So when I heard that some other, senators in the US have joined Ted Cruz in the kind of trying to designate Nigeria as a country of particular concern, I was so happy. They said about 4 or 5 senators joined him to support him in what he's saying. So I was so happy that at least the world is talking. The world have now known our plight. They have now understood that what we are talking all this while, we are not just, it wasn't a child's play. They all now know where this thing is heading to. So it is a process. So at least they are talking. And I'm just begging the US government, please, US government, speed up any action you want to take. Because of our Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we don't want him to die in prison. We don't want him to die in Nigerian hand. He needs medical attention. Please, US, please listen to us and help us release our Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Please. He's a prisoner of conscience. He's a political prisoner. Please release him. He was tortured. He has been tortured for over 4 or 5 years now. He has been in that prison. So please, whatever thing you are doing, if Nigeria is being designated, if they are being whatever they are doing to the whoever that is involved in all this, all I'm asking and all Biafrans are asking is for them to speed up their action so that our Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will be released. So I want to stop it there. Thank you so much, Totas, for giving me the mic. Please, I'm not feeling very well. I'm just going to, leave it here. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. At least I've broken that gene of, just listening. Thank you, and God bless you all, dear friends. Thank you.
Hey, Shodi of listening section. She says she has broken. Oh my God, she has broken the yoke of just listening. Hey, Shodi of listening session. Thank you so much for your submission. Thank you. God bless you. Yes, so Biafrans. Let's now look at the mandatory consequences. Yes, yeah, mandatory consequences. Now, once the Secretary of State designates a country, I've told you the privilege that we have. Our APM have already known the Secretary of State for a very long time. So once he designates a country as a CPC, the law requires, we're talking about law. This is not European law or Nigerian law. This is US law that requires, it's not suggestion. No? The key word there is requires the United States to take action. Now, there is something the president have to do, but I'm not here to talk on that because we don't detect for them what to do. Please share the space. If you have not shared the space, there is no need for you to even require a request for a mic. And if you have not been following what we are saying, unfortunately, we cannot give you the mic. Thank you so much. My people, share the space, share the space, share the space. Share the space so that people can tune in. We don't want distraction, so pack one side. I've already denied you the mic. You are coming to distract us. Yeah, we know them very well, so we don't have their time. Now we are very, very focused, my people. Yeah, I've denied him mic. He's coming to distract us. Let him go and follow one Nigeria and leave us alone. So, my people, there are categories here. Category 1 is talking about diplomatic measures, and then we have category 2, economic sanctions, category 3, security and intelligence restrictions, category 4, visa restriction. Each of these categories have options. Okay, I will disappoint some of us here because whatever will favor BRGIE, I'm not going to talk on that. Yes, we have to protect what will benefit us. Yes, so because we are going to benefit from this sanction as well. I mean, this is a designation as well. So I will disappoint people already. I am not going to expose how it will benefit BRGIE. And then the first category, and I'm not also going to go into diplomatic measure because that one has direct responsibility of the US. So we are not here to detect how they will do it, which option they will choose and all that. So I am skipping category 1, which is diplomatic measure. So I will not go in there. That is not our problem. They will decide how to do that. So 2 things I will not talk about. How it will benefit BRGIE, I will not go there. It's left for our government. And the diplomatic measures, I will not go there. So I have skipped to category 2. I hope we can understand. Can I have thumbs up if you understand what I said? And if you are still hearing me? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank God you are still hearing, because you know, last time I was saying I cannot hear anybody. All right. So you can do that private research on your own and then keep it to yourself. It's not something that we are going to talk here for, you know, in the air for everybody. Yeah. So let's go to category 2. Economic sanctions. Under economic sanctions, we have option A, option B, option C, option D, option E, option F. Can you imagine? This thing is not a child's play. No wonder they are panicking. So option A under economic sanctions, that is the financial devastation. It means that first option is prohibition of US government contracts. So what happens is that the Nigerian government will be prohibited from receiving any US government contract. The door will just be shut, bagam. Because currently Nigeria receives millions of dollars annually in contract from various services. So that will end automatically once they designate this terrorist country called Nigeria. And it will also prohibit the US government financial assistance. So this is where it is pinching them. Because when they get this money, they share it and give to the terrorists. So currently the United States provide hundreds of millions of dollars annually to Nigeria. And they've already scrapped out one, which is the USAID, and even the health program under HIV and AIDS prevention, if under also malaria control, that has been scrapped out. Educational program, governance, and civil society support, all of this will be suspended. That is why, hold on. Where is this video? Give me 1 second so that we understand why Akpabio is crying. Because when you hear Akpabio say that it will increase poverty, it's not that he's thinking about the masses. No, the poverty is about them. Let's just listen.
Discuss this. But I don't think we can win. Somebody suggested that we ought to have gone into executive session to discuss this. But I don't think we can win.
They cannot win. They want to go into hiding. Secret discussion. But Akpabio has openly said, I'm not sure we can win. Those of us that were here from beginning, you heard the caliber of senators that is handling this bill thing. They cannot win. If you go and watch the video again or the session that Akpabio is talking all this trash, you can see how dull he was looking. He knows very well that Nigeria has collapsed. He wasn't looking cheerful. It's like, oh, these Biafra people, they have finished us. Oh, this problem started when they, kidnap our Onyendu. They are regretting. They are panicking seriously. Let's listen before I continue.
No group can win any discussion on this.
You hear him?
Because it depends on the state you are looking at. If terrorism occurs in a Christianly dominated state, most people that will die there will be Christians. If it occurs in a Muslim dominated state, most of those who will die there will be Muslims. But if it occurs particularly in the North Central, you will notice that it will be targeted at maybe churches because that is what they are able to get. And then at the end they will say, oh, it's Muslims that kill Christians.
Did you hear when he said North Central? He's now confused. He's now in the area of North Central. He's comparing it to church. No more Christians. No more Muslim. Okay.
You will notice that it will be targeted at maybe churches because that is what they are able to get. And then at the end they will say, oh, it's Muslims that kill Christians. If it happens in Kano or Parano, they will say Christians kill Muslims.
He's confused.
So the way the whole situation is that we've seen it to go into executive session and get a date for our security summit. So we can have close discussion on these matters. What is happening in the United States is of concern to Nigeria. It's of concern to the Christians, it's of concern to the Muslims. Because the moment they bring sanctions, sanctions will breed poverty. Poverty knows no religion.
That is a point I wanted us to hear. Concern for Christians, Muslims, and even those that don't even worship anything. Because they are going to be designated as what? Country of particular concern. You know, this word concern is just like a, let me use school for example. They will give you mathematics to solve. You know every other subject, but when it comes to mathematics, you say, upon all the topics in mathematics, this one is giving me much concern. Maybe algebra, this one is giving me much concern. Concern can never give you anything joyous in your life. It's not possible. Or you will see parents say, upon all my children, this one here, this particular one now, is giving me concern. They'll ask him, what is the problem? He'll say, because he drink alcohol too much. He's giving me concern, this particular one. Now, Nigeria, Senator is saying that that what is happening in the US, the bill that has been submitted, and all the senators coming together, this one signing, this one writing, this one submitting the bill, has called for a concern. They are troubled. As if you look at Akpabio's face, no smile on his face. I couldn't even see his teeth. And look at where he's talking about the concern. Poverty. Poverty. Not poverty to the citizen. No. Poverty is coming to them. That is why I read it. No need for me to continue that one. That is why I read under this economic sanction that poverty is coming to them. Because all this aid they were, getting money from will automatically be seized. So they are beginning to panic. It's just using cover up to say poverty doesn't recognize any religion. Whether you are Muslim, Christian, that poverty will catch everybody. He's not concerned about you, Nigerians, if you are here listening to me. He's thinking about himself. He's thinking about the children's school fees, how he will pay them in US. All of them. Because all these have already been stopped. Did you see educational program? They get money from here to send their families abroad. So all that will stop. That is why he is panicking. No need to complain. If anything related, then I will continue with the video. We've already heard it. But I wanted us to hear that place. He said, poverty is coming. They will not go to special market. In Abuja, they have special market for politicians. Yes, so they don't go to the common market that everybody is buying. They have special markets. They eat organic. Everything there, only for politicians. When they steal your money, they change their menu. They eat orishi. So he is crying because this thing that is happening, they were looking down on our APM. So that came under category B, under economic sanctions. Now let's look at option C, under that. He said ban on sales of military equipment. So there will be no more weapons for them again. And you remember that Tinubu saw what was coming. That was why he told Musa, let us begin to produce our own local weapons. Because they have already stopped this arms sale to them. So he told Musa, let us stop. Musa said, no, let us use AI. And they quickly jumped out and organized a terrorism summit. Tinubu saw what was coming because they now tested it and they sensed that their own lobbyists in America could not perform anymore. Upon the billions that they have paid to their lobbyists, they have the highest lobbyists in the US. Their lobbyists have failed them because the bill has already reached where it's supposed to reach. So that is why they are so confused. And they are now organizing to go and meet the senators in US. I have replied, let Akpabio take the lead. His name must be there. Let him take the lead. So no more weapons will be given to them, no more vehicles, no more aircraft. Any military hardware from US manufacturers will be seized completely. Because currently Nigeria is one of the largest, look at that word, largest purchasers of US defense equipment in Africa. Why are they the largest? Because they purchase it and give to the terrorists to come and kill Christians. And who are these Christians? Biafrans. So this market will be closed immediately. Now, there's another one, option D, under this, denial of export-import bank financing. So the US Export-Import Bank provides financing for Nigerian companies that want to purchase American goods. So this helps US exporters, but also help Nigerian businessmen as well. So this designation will end this, making it much harder, much difficult for Nigerian companies to do business with American firms. What is coming? They will not waste. So all these things were all blocked and suspended before the previous Senate Secretary Blinken now restored Nigeria again. Option E, opposition to loans from international financial institutions. So this one is what will just finish them because these people can collect loan. Nigeria can borrow. As I yesterday, they were still borrowing. Because when the World Bank, International Monetary Fund, even African Development Bank proposes a loan to Nigeria, the United States would vote against it and lobby other countries to vote against it, because when United States leads, other will follow. So already, if you look at Nigeria, Nigeria has massive debt and they need you loans to function. So if the US will oppose all this loan, hey, they will not have ability to borrow any money from any entity, nothing. Because interest rate on any loan Nigeria does not secure would skyrocket, because the lenders know that US have opposed lending to Nigeria. You see what is happening now? It will not fly anymore. Nobody will give them money again. And we have option F under this economic part. Restriction on technology transfer. Restriction on technology transfer. You know, certain advanced technologies, particularly those with dual application that has both civilian part and then the military part, all that will be restricted from transfer to Nigeria. All the telecommunication equipment, all the satellite technology, all the cyber security tools, all the advanced manufacturing equipment, bam, it will be stopped. They will not see it anymore. And when we go to category 3, that one has security and intelligence restriction. This is what has collapsed their military, if at all they have. Because what they have there as military, they are all Boko Haram members. So under that, we have option A, which is prohibition on military to military cooperation. So there will be no more joint military exercise, nothing again. No more Nigerian officers attending US military school. It will not happen again. Like all these National Defense University, US Army, you know, they've been sending terrorists to attend all this training. So there will be no more exchange program where US military and advisors will work with Nigerian forces, because there are no more Nigerian forces, genuine ones. What they have, now US have come to realize that, cool, so all the people that Nigeria collect weapons to go and fight terrorism are the terrorists themselves. No wonder all the senators are writing, stop selling of arms to Nigeria. So they will suspend, under option B is suspension of security assistance. Because US always provides security assistance to this Nigeria, thinking that they are fighting Boko Haram and every other terrorist organization. And one of such assistance is surveillance equipment. They provide them with drones. They provide them with surveillance aircraft, which our BDF have been bringing down every time. You know, intelligence is also one of the security assistance that they've given to Nigeria. Intelligence on terrorist movement. So when they collect from Nigeria, they'll be using that to come and search for our BDF. Yeah? Sorry, when they collect from America, they'll be using that to come and search our BDF movement. You see, one of such is also training on counter-terrorism tactics. So US have been training Boko Haram, not Nigerian military, because they don't have. Another assistance there is communication equipment. They give them all this, what do you call this? This, what do you call this radio? Toti, help me, Bikonu. They call, is it walkie-talkie? Or be something like that. You know, they share it, and terrorists will be using it. So, can you still hear me?
It's called Turaya. It is called Turaya. These criminals, that is what they use. Turaya, anywhere they are, even though they are inside the tunnel, they receive nets of criminals, wicked people, evil terrorists. That is what they use. Turaya.
Thank you, my brother. So they collect this thing and give to Boko Haram members and every other logistical support. So all of this will end once the CPC designation stamp back. It will all end. Under that, we have ban on commercial arms sales. So not just governments, every private companies would also be prohibited from selling weapons or even military equipment to Nigeria. All that will stop. Even if Nigeria want to buy weapons with its own money from American company, they will be blocked. They will never sell again to them. Because once Nigeria, America put back gun, this CPC on Nigeria, it will be, hey, satellite everywhere. We have option D, where we call termination of intelligence sharing agreement. You know, US have been sharing intelligence with these terrorist people, not knowing that they are terrorists. In real time. Sharing intelligence with Boko Haram, ISIS, and all of them. So American satellite will track terrorists in Nigeria, not knowing that these people are not using it the way they're supposed to use. So with this designation, all this intelligence sharing will stop. They will be sharing now with Biafra. Because if you go back to the alliance BRGIE submitted, this is one of them. One of the alliance that they will go into with US, and also to come and build their military camp in Biafra land. So let them channel this now to Biafra. We are ready. We are ready. And then we have option E, exclusion from joint military exercises. West African nations, they used to participate in joint a military exercise organized by US. But what is going to happen? And one of such exercises is what is called a flintlock exercises. So these exercises provide valuable training. And you see, imagine Nigeria dressing their terrorists to go and attend this exercise. Now, anything Nigeria, they will exclude Nigeria from it. They cannot partake in it. And another category now is category 4, where we are going to have, they will place visa restriction on them, all of them. Yes, so this is personal consequences for all the officials, wherever you are. Remember what we read before. All of them, when we were talking about the criterion for Nigeria to be designated as CPC, this is where all those officials will fall into. Because Nigerian government officials are responsible for this religious violation. They are. And they also fail to prevent this violation. They are there. They don't prevent this attack. So they will all be denied entry to the United States. Military commanders will be denied entry. Yes. State governors, all of them, beginning from Southeast, all of them. Federal ministers, they think that when they stand up in their, what is it called? House of Assembly, it's a lie. They are marking all their faces and their names, getting ready for them in their airport. Yes, so they can never enter, because for you to stand up and counter that there is no genocide going on in Nigeria, that means you are complicit. All the police commissioners, from a Obinze, Tiger Base, Zone 6 in Calab, all of them that have made our youth to disappear, their names must follow. All the intelligence chief, even potential the president himself, Tinubu, that cannot even book flight to go to US, all of them, that one is on his total blackout. He can never go there. You see? And we have option B, revocation of existing visa. Yes, all the Nigerian officials who already have valid visas, all of them will be revoked. So they will be forced to leave United States if they were there already, like Obiano. He should begin to pack his bag and come back. All of them, that when they finish embezzling money, they will run to United States. And my people, it will not only end in United States, other countries will revoke their visa. Yes, other countries will revoke their visa. They have to go back home with their families. The option C, ineligibility for US programs. All the Nigerian officials will not be eligible for any US program, even if they call it like International Visitor Leadership Program. Mbano, their names will be blocked. Educational opportunities, their names will be blocked. Professional development program, their names will be blocked. They cannot. And then there is option D, which will now extend to their family members. So the visa restriction will not only apply to the officials themselves. We saw it when they started with the judge in Brazil. So this has to be extended to their family members. All of them that took their children to study abroad while encouraging ASU strike. ASU now they are on strike. While they cannot even construct a good building, a better building for students to go and study. Last time I saw a video of a toilet in the university, I'm like, even pig cannot stay here. Pig, oh. But what have they done? They've sent their children abroad. All of them, they are coming back to Nigeria. All their wives, so their husband, every one of them, even their parents, all of them will come back. So if you look at this, is this something palatable? The answer is no. It can never be. Nigeria will match with these current countries that have already been designated. Yes, we have a bomber. Now they designated this one because of persecution of Muslims and systematic human rights violation. No need. China is there, Cuba is there, even Eritrea was designated for severe persecution of Christians as well. Iran is there, Nicaragua is there, North Korea is there, Pakistan is there, even Russia. Let's go to Russia. Let's go to Russia has been designated for systematic persecution of Jehovah's Witnesses. We saw the news few time ago, and all other groups. And already subject to extension for sanction because of Ukraine. So those of them chanting Russia, Russia, Russia. Tajikistan was also designated. You see, Turkmenistan was also designated. So Nigeria now will be added to this list of countries that have been designated as a country of concern. Why are these people so afraid? Why are Nigerian politicians so terrified of this designation? Why are they panicking? Why is the Senate rushing to pass motion denying the genocide? Why is Tinubu issuing desperate press releases? Why is Foreign Minister Yusuf, why is he calling US officials begging them to reconsider this CPC? Why are they panicking? Because Nigerian economy and military cannot survive it. But they have no other option. Because when you look at China, China have survived. China have survived. Because Nigeria economy depend on foreign investment, but China no. Nigeria economy depend on international loan and oil exports. Nigeria depend on Western military support. They cannot. So the best thing, they will make sure that we disintegrate Nigeria. Because right now, they are already struggling economically. Inflation is out of control. Look at their naira, it is collapsing. They are owing money here and there, owing debt. Look at the number of youths that are already unemployed. You see? So when they now add this sanction to this fragile situation, oh my God, Nigeria will collapse completely. There will be nothing like Nigeria because they will not have money to pay the terrorists anymore. That is a fact. They will lose the ability to maintain their loyalty among political elites. All that will run away. That is why Nigeria is panicking. Because this designation doesn't just embarrass Nigeria, it has the potential to trigger complete collapse of that terrorist state called Nigeria. Because when Nigeria collapses, what will happen? The region will begin to assert independence, like us. I will not go into that. Let us wait and see what our government will do. You see? That is what is happening. I will stop here before we go to the next part, which is about this what is it called? CAN. Before we continue. So I will use my mic here in case we have people that want to talk about all this that will befall Nigeria if a CPC, or not if, when they will be designated, because they cannot dodge it, it is coming. So I'll use my mic here. My co-host, are you there? Before we pass the mic.
Yeah, Tutos.
Yeah, are you there? Madam Ki, are you there? Do you have anything to say before? I've not even seen anybody that is raising hand here. Toti, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Tutos. I can hear you. Yeah, thank you very much, Tutos. You know, I want to correlate what you just said now and then regarding what is happening to Nigeria and you know, the concerns that the American congressmen and women are showing regarding the genocide of Christians in Nigeria. Now, you know, you played the voice of our prime minister then, and our prime minister said that the objective behind the redeclaration of the Fourth United States of Biafra on December 2nd based on two things. One is the delegitimization of Nigeria and the legitimization of Biafra government. And this delegitimization of Nigeria that our prime minister talks about is what is currently happening now to the Nigerian terrorist government, of which they know. They know the government that is behind, or the people that is behind all this uproar and outcry of Christian genocide in Nigeria. Because I want to make our people understand something. What we are doing here is politics. Sometimes you might not understand, or sometimes it might not go your way. But what BRGIE is doing here is according to the template that was laid down for us, the Biafran people, by our Supreme Leader and also our Prime Minister. And our Prime Minister also said some things in that voice. He said, we are going to fight Nigeria diplomatically, politically, internationally, and locally. These are the four statements that he made that we are going to fight Nigeria. Now, the BRGIE government have taken the plight of the Biafran people, of which, you know, when we are, the reason why sometimes I normally base this Christian genocide on Biafran is that we are the most populated Christians in that contraction. If I may be wrong or maybe I may be correct, I will say the Biafran people are 70%. And the Biafran people have suffered much under the hands of this Nigerian terrorist government, more than anybody in that contraction. They have killed us so much, more than the Christians that have died in the northern region of that contraction. It's not today they have been killing us. They kill us on a daily basis. They kill us in thousands. They disappeared our people in thousands and millions, spread across every prison in that Nigerian terrorist government, and nobody is giving account of the well-being of those people, of which I believe millions and millions of Biafrans that have been disappeared by this Nigerian terrorist government has been eliminated unjustly and extrajudicially. They have been murdered. So that is why I always base whatever that is happening now to the Nigerian terrorist government, particularly to we, the Biafran people, because we are the people, because we are the target. We should not forget this. We are the target. Because we are the people that is still holding that country together. We are the people that is still stopping this Islamization agenda of that Nigeria contraction. We are the people. One, because of the advocacy of our Supreme Leader and also our Prime Minister. Secondly, because of the defense forces that is still holding our land together, for them not to penetrate and take over our land. Because immediately they take over our land, it is game over for every one of us. Now, the sanctions that will come along the line of, you know, when they designate Nigeria as a country of particular concern, is part of the diplomatic, political, and international battle in BRGIE templates. The Biafra Republic government in exile have been able to open this Pandora box to the Nigerian terrorist government. That's why I always tell people, sometimes, some ignorant people will come and say, whatever that is happening now is not the effort of the Biafran Republic government in exile. I will tell them, stop wallowing in ignorance. Christians, they have been killing, the Nigerian terrorist government systematically have been killing Christians in that country for decades, but nothing has happened. So why is it not happening so fast at this particular point in time? That is the question some of those people that are out there trying to play down or talk down on what the Biafran Republic government in exile is doing in Washington, D.C. I always tell them, what has happened previously regarding the killing of Christians in Nigeria? So why is it not happening so fast now that the Biafran Republic government in exile, through our acting Prime Minister, Honorable Kere, has been engaging, that this is the first time that the Biafran people have had access to the congressmen and women, of which the evidences are all over the places. We have seen where our acting Prime Minister have held meetings and pictures where he, even the Senator Ted Cruz today, that is pushing to make sure that Nigeria is designated as a country of particular concern, has had meetings with our acting Prime Minister and so many other congressmen and women, of which the evidences are all over the places. If you think that I'm lying, you can visit the Biafran Republic government in exile website and you will see the evidences all over the places. And we should not forget, a testimony has been submitted to the US Congress through this Tomlato humanitarian organization. Do you people think that those testimonies that was submitted by the Biafran Republic government in exile through the acting Prime Minister, you think that those testimonies were just taken and thrown under the carpet? No. That is where all the smoke and fire that we are seeing today are coming out from. Some people will say it's because of maybe the Palestinian. The Palestinian issue has nothing to do with what the BRGIE is doing or whatever that is happening today in the United States of America concerning the genocide of Christians in Nigeria. It has nothing to do with it. Let nobody deceive you. And this is a great step that will be so beneficial to the Biafran people. Because we need to delegitimize Nigeria both locally and internationally. We need to stop them from getting the progress and the impact that the Biafran Republic government in exile is making through all these things. Now, Tutor said something that the American government, we stop sharing intelligence with the Nigerian terrorist government. They will stop selling arms to them. Those arms that they normally buy to come and kill our people on a daily basis, they will stop them, and they will even sanctioning them from getting arms anywhere in the world. And any country that violates that sanctions that will be placed on Nigeria by the United States of American government will also face the same consequences. So, even if you can remember vividly, there was a time our Prime Minister when before he was invited for the so-called questioning that now resulted to the so-called porous charges that have kept him incommunicado in finished day today. He said that we are going to dismantle Nigeria little by little. First of all, when we remove the leg, we remove the hand, we remove the scrotum, we remove everything before we will now go to the head and organ. And that is what the Biafran Republic government in exile is doing. We need to weaken Nigeria to the barest minimum. We need to disgrace them. We need to expose them to build our case diplomatically in the international community. That this is the reason why we as a people are saying we are optioning out from this dangerous union, this dangerous diversity. This is the reason why, because you need to build up that case, and this process is one of the process. I will say it's even, let's say 50% of the job being done now. 50% of the job being done now. And all this sanction is a very big blow. We should not see that. That is why you see Akpabio and every one of them crying today. All these sanctions that even some of them will lose their property, some of them will not even have access.
Sorry to interject you, my boss. It is over 85% of the problem solved. It is over 85% of the problem solved.
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, I don't want people to say maybe I'm too big, so I just put it 50. You understand? An average. You understand? So thank you very much for acknowledging that it's even more than 50. Thank you very much for that. But I don't want to be too big. That is why I just put on the average scale 50%. Do you understand? So thank you very much for acknowledging the fact and the progress that the Biafran public government in exile is making regarding the freedom of the Biafran people. Now, oh my God, where was I, Chef? Now, the sanctions that will come to the Nigerian terrorist government. Some of the reason why these politicians are crying, they are not crying because they care about the so-called Nigerians. So some people that are still calling themselves, no, they are worried about themselves because this sanction will affect them personally. Most of them have hidden bank accounts all over the world. Most of them have hidden properties all over the world. There will be sanctions from coming into United States of America, and we all know what that means when you are being sanctioned. And all these are dubious because it will escalate so many things about them. It will escalate that they will now start investigating all of them and their roles in the terrorism that is happening in Nigeria. And we all know all of them are part of those terrorism that is happening in Nigeria. And if care is not taken, a warrant will be issued against so many of them. That is why you see so many of them crying. We need to break their bones. We need to bring them down. And that is what is happening now. In case for some of us that doesn't know what this diplomatic move that the Biafran Republic government in exile is taking in Washington, D.C. But they, the corrupt politicians, they know what is coming to them. Because once Nigeria is sanctioned today, investigation, because even though I believe that the investigation is already in place, because even Senator Ted Cruz said that even those politicians, if after designating Nigeria as a particular country, they will still sanction individuals, political individuals. So they know. They know. And painting Nigeria, designating Nigeria as a country of particular concern in the international community, we give the Biafran people a leverage on the case that they have been building against, a very big leverage regarding the case that they have been building against the Nigerian terrorist government. Because if we did, by the time the hearing will happen, because we already have our briefing, by the time the hearing will happen now, these are the bases that the Biafran Republic government in exile will stand or stood on and say, these are the reasons, these are the reasons, these are the reasons we don't want to do things this way. And it will be tenable. Now I come to the locally. The locally still lies in our hands as a people. The locally, our Prime Minister was saying in those 4 ways of fighting Nigeria and making sure that we delegitimize, that we stop Nigeria and legitimize the government is the Biafran Defense Forces. We should not forget this. The Biafran Defense Forces is that fighting Nigeria locally our Prime Minister is talking about. And that is why one of us needs to wake up now. Because these 4 things need to work hand in hand. These 4 objectives need to work hand in hand. As the diplomatic battle is going up there in the international community, politically, we are also making sure that the Biafran Defense Forces, and most especially those Biafrans back home, are funding the Biafran Defense Forces to their teams. Because it will get to a stage Where the United States of American government will say, okay, let's recognize the Biafran people. They now found out that yes, we have not been able to take over some territories in our land. I think that will even become a little bit problem for us. Yeah, I might be coming out, please. Please, am I still coming out? Okay. So as the diplomatic battle is intensifying up there by the Biafra Republic government in exile, two of the Biafra Republic government in exile, the locally one, which is very, very imperative, needs to be intensifying at this particular point in time. I always say it here that sometimes I'm not happy that we are still in this process. Sometimes I'm not happy due to the delay. And that is why I really appreciate tutors as well for bringing out that time, to educate our people, because these things are the things that have drawn us back, where a lunatic will just come out and tell you to come and, bring 1,000, 2,000, he will give you Biafra the next day. We start following these procedures, of which after the declaration, assuming so many of us are very much inclined and following what the Prime Minister and also what the Prime Minister has been doing, we will not fall for the trap that we fell into that is drawing us back here today. Somebody will not tell you that you want to do election in a land that is, you are not even a legitimate government in that land. And you want to, so what basis is that election that you are trying to do when you have not been recognized? So what is the basis of that election that you want to do in Biafra? And so sometimes I just say, if people are still following this particular individual, sometimes I wonder the type of brain they have. Where the Prime Minister has told you what to do for your government to be legitimate in that Biafra land, you have not done it. And you are seeing the Biafra Republic government in exile that is following that template, that is creating all this momentum, that is making waves all over the places. You still come out and talk trash against their efforts. And tomorrow you will tell me, I love the Prime Minister, I love our Supreme Leader, when you are not following the template and principle of that your Supreme Leader and your Prime Minister, and the person or the people that is following that template, you are still castigating them and also try to talk down their efforts in a, maybe you are trying to demoralize them or make them change their mind and say they will not do anymore. You are the problem. Most of you people out there, most especially those of you that are standing on the fence, it's time we start doing research to know how fighting for a statehood or fighting for a country works. You have to build your case in the international community, because that is where your recognition will come from. And that is what will give you the legitimacy to stand as a government in Biafra land. We see the case of Somaliland. Somaliland, they have taken over their territory. But because they have not gotten that recognition in international community, they are not still being recognized. They are not still seen as a legitimate government. And that is why today they are also pursuing for that recognition in the United States of America through the same lobby that we are using. That so many of you out there are criticizing and castigating. Still the same lobby. It's time for every one of us to go back to the drawing board and understand what our Supreme Leader, our Prime Minister has been doing, and what the Biafra Republic government in exile is actually doing at this particular point in time. And we need to fall in line in this process, because we start falling in line with this process, we are doing nothing. We are doing absolutely nothing. American government cannot wake up tomorrow and say, we give you Biafra. No. They need something, because even though in the court of law, you need evidence. And you need to build up your evidence in the court of law. And that is what BRGIE is. BRGIE is now building fantastic and, so much evidence against Nigeria. And you can see they are running all over the place. Because at the end of the day, if any of these politicians is found wanted of systematically sponsoring terrorism in Nigeria, they will have no say in the American government where we are speaking. Where the Biafran public government is exiled, they will have no say. Even if they like, let them hire the highest lobbyists in the world. The American Congress will ask that lobby, are you standing for a known terrorist or a known terrorist sponsorer? So they will have no basis or no base to challenge our right as a people to govern ourselves. So whatever the Biafran Republic government in exile is doing that is yielding this result that we are seeing today is according to the template and according to diplomatical and political principle of how to fight for statehood, or you can say country. So I want every one of us to go back to all the messages of our Prime Minister when he was educating us how we are going to defeat this terrorist country called Nigeria. Go back and listen to everything he said. We need to weaken the resolve of Nigeria. We need to expose them with facts, with truth. Because the same thing we have been saying is what the ICC, international, watchdogs out there, is the same thing that they are still saying today. So, please, nobody should take whatever the Biafran Republic government in exile is doing, what it has said. It's part of the process. And as just as my brother Mazi and also suggests, it's almost 80% of it. 80% of it. Now we need to come back home as a people. What are we going to do to start taking over our territories now? Because only that congressional briefing that happened on the 18th of September 2025 in Capitol Hill, Washington, D.C., shows that, yes, that the American government has recognized us as a people, and they are very much knowledgeable of what we are fighting for. So that has given us all the privilege and all the power to take over our territory. Don't let anybody deceive you. We need to start supporting the Biafran Defense Forces aggressively. If you have this AG and AG, bring it out. Let's start taking over our territories now. So I just want to, make this particular concern clear to so many of us out there, in case we have not been following. Or maybe we are seeing what we are doing here on BRGIE space. We are seeing it like maybe it's a waste of time, because I have seen so many comments, I have seen so many things, but I see those things as ignorance. They don't understand what is really going on. They don't understand what is happening. They think maybe freedom fighting is, you talk today, tomorrow you see freedom. No, even our Prime Minister even told us that it's going to be a long battle. But it all depends on the effort we as a people are putting into it. If we want Biafra to come in the next 6 months, Biafra will come. It depends on our efforts. If we want Biafra to come in the next 20 years, it depends on our efforts. It depends on our efforts. But that was a diplomatic statement from our Prime Minister. That's going to take a very long battle, depending on how we, the Biafran people, shows concern and how much effort we are putting in towards the liberation fight and also the recognition fight for the sovereign and independent state of the 40 United States of Biafra. So if we start now and start doing the needful now, the better for every one of us. Biafra will be here because we've already gotten the attention that we need from the United States of America. We've already gotten it. For them to release their house for us to come in. Do you think it's easy for the United States of America? Why didn't the United States of America release their house for Palestinians? No. They cannot release it, but they release it because they know that we are fighting a just fight. That is why they release their house for us. Okay, come and tell us, give us a brief of what is really happening. And the Biafra Republic government in exile have done justice to it by briefing them that this is what is happening. And you guys need to take action as soon as possible. And that is why you see everything is going very quick and fast in the United States of America Congress. More senators are joining the campaign to designate Nigeria as a country of particular concern, because I don't see any way at the end of the day when our case now goes to the higher table, if we cannot be saved in Nigeria, there's no need for them leaving us in Nigeria. So it will be very simple. Okay, since you people don't want, okay, you go your way. It will be very easy. Because the evidence all over the place is that now you as an Islamic nation, you cannot say we're the Christian Biafran nation. The best thing is to defy, you go and govern yourself, Because I don't think there's any way, maybe according to the Bible, where you beg your father bread and your father will give you stone. America cannot force us to stay in a country where we are not safe. I don't think that is possible. Every reasonable person needs to understand that fact. You cannot force somebody to be in an environment or in a place that is not comfortable. That means you are depriving the person rights to live comfortably, or even rights to live as a human being. So the ball is in our court now. It now depends on how we all play this ball at the end of the day. So, tutors, I would like to use my mic here because I see one of our ministers up here as well, Akuta Abigail. I use my mic, tutors. Am I even coming out? Please, I need a reaction. Okay.
Yeah, she can go ahead.
Okay, Akuta Abigail, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon from Texas. Good afternoon, tutors, sister tutors, honorable tutors, comrades, comrade tutors, the co-host, the host, the entire speakers, those who have spoken. Everybody has spoken very, very well. Everybody spoke the mind of Biafrans. I continue to appreciate our Onyendu, whose matter is now on top of everybody in that contraction called Nigeria. Our PM, of course, his matters too, is what we are seeing today, a product of it. I appreciate our APM who actually made it wonderful for many of us there who were able to get to the Washington, D.C., the Congress chamber. I said I was there. And if anybody who thinks it's easy to get there, that person should try. Even the OB they're projecting today has not been able to get there. The last time we saw pictures from him from a club, social club party where he was addressing people. And I said, shame on you. You're still doing this while Biafrans are already in the Congress house, in the Congress chamber talking. You're still going, sneaking into family parties, organized parties, and social clubs to speak to them in America. Thank you so much, comrades, Biafra comrades, those God have already chosen for this freedom. Thank you so very much. I do not have much to speak, but I appreciate the fact that everybody here is listening and have heard the gospel of salvation. Thank you, our able tutors, for the analysis, the way you dissected the coming CPC provisions and how it is going to deal with that contraption shithole country called Nigeria. Thank you so very much. And I said there is no going back on that designation. There is no going back. My father used to say, "Manyene ifenana okoko." That means it is too late for the head to cry while the what? To cry while the head is cut off or something. Come to think of it, what is the Senate? What are they debating on? What are they arguing on? What are they trying to say? Nobody called them to come and defend themselves. Nobody called them. Why are they panicking all of a sudden? This is a terrorist activities that have been going on for over 2 decades. And all of a sudden they're coming up to debunk or to plead. And I said, there is no plead. There is no appeal. No appeal. Everything they're going to, everything they're doing right now is death on arrival. So to add my voice to what everybody has spoken, I just want to plead with the numbers of our comrades who are always here listening, speaking. I can see we are up to 400 or how many of us here? Please, can we go up, aside from what we do here and what is going on and what the congressmen are deciding and their decision, go to tag Nigeria as a terrorist state, to continue to sink them. Let's continue to sink them by tagging them terrorists, telling the world who they are and what we needed. That's when Onyendu was speaking, he encouraged every one of us to go to Twitter, that even if it is 1,000 tweets or retweet that we get following every one of us, following ourselves, that the world will see it. Even if it is 1,000, we keep tweeting and retweeting almost the same thing, that we sink Nigeria. I think I've been doing it, and I want us to be doing it every day of our tweet. We must look for something very, very indicting to indict that shithole. I hate that country. That is what I want to add to whatever have been spoken and to whatever is coming. We will continue to be on this social media to sink that country. They thought it was 1967 when we do not have the opportunity to even see anywhere called the media or get close to the media. Now we are here, all of us. Every Biafran is on media. And the world has heard us. And there is no going back on the designation of that shithole country. They have terrorized us enough. If they knew what they were doing, they wouldn't be shouting right now. This is a state-planned terrorism, Nigeria-sponsored terrorism, and the world knew it. Even as we are talking, it is happening. The terrorists have not stopped. There are more than 8 terrorist groups in that country operating, oppressing, suppressing the people, killing, maiming, and killing Christians. And they said, I can hear him being the Senate president. It looked like, as it now look like Muslims. Who are the people doing the killings? Who are the people killing the Muslims? Are they Christians? No. Who are the people killing the Christians? Are they Christians? No. Who are the people doing the Christians? Are they the traditional worshippers? No. Who are the people killing the Christians? Are they the Jewish? No. So who are the same people? Who are these terrorists? These terrorists are Muslims. So no matter however he wants to twist it and whatever he wants to do or whatever he's trying to say, this is not time for them. It is the people time to speak. It is our time to speak. We do not need the politicians. We do not need Khan to speak. We do not need the Khan chapter of APC and the terrorist political parties in Nigeria to speak for us. Let the faithful Christians speak. Let Biafrans speak. Let the persecuted speak. Let the victims speak. We are the victims. We are the persecuted. And we, the world, must hear, and the world has heard us. Therefore, I'm encouraging everyone here, please, let's take it as a point of duty to continue to tweet every day any word or statement that is going to indict and seek that country more, being Nigeria. For me, Nigeria is a terrorist sponsor state. Nigeria is a terrorist state. Nigeria is evil. End it now. Dissolve this country now. If we continue to do it, we're going to generate a lot more petition, aside what the Congress will be doing for us. And for many of them and those of them who are projecting Obi, Peter Obi, I just want to ask a question here. I know they might be listening. Will Peter Obi stop the terrorism in Nigeria, the killing of Christians? What will Peter Obi do to the 8 terrorists, hard criminal, murderous terrorist gangs and groups that is already that has already invaded Nigeria? What can Peter Obi do to them? Can Peter Obi return the internally displaced indigenous people in Nigeria back to their local villages, back to their homelands, back to their indigenous communities? Can Peter Obi do that for you? And why are you thinking that Peter Obi should come up right now? Because that is what they are doing right now. They're trying to bring Peter Obi the second time to deceive our people into the fraudulent election they are projecting in 2027. If Peter Obi was not good for you when he did what he did also in 2023, if Peter Obi was not fit enough to save you in 2023 when he did all that he did, then hear me too well and very well that Peter Obi will never be fit to save you in 2027. In fact, I am saying it again, 2027 will be the worst election decision Nigerians will be making for themselves. 2027 will be the worst election decision they will ever make. Thank you so much. I will yield my mic here because what made me pick up the mic is that I am interested in what is going on here. And I just want to pass the message that we all should continue to tweet. Continue to tweet. In fact, indicting tweets, messages, hashtags against the zoological Fulani Terrorist Republic of Nigeria, the animal kingdom and the evil forest called Niger area. Thank you so very much, everyone.
There were Honorable Minister. We are so happy to see you in our midst today. Always come around like this whenever you are free. Thank you so much for your submission. God bless you. Thank you for speaking to Biafrans. We really appreciate your presence here.
Thank you.
So, Toti, let me just, Madam Ki, are you there? Do you want to say anything before I go to the next one? My time is almost up. Because I want to talk about this Finland. Now that my people say, is it again a go right? What does that mean? You cannot tell a woman that has given birth in the market to close her legs. Yes. So what has happened now? Where is Finland? Toti, are you there? Can anybody hear me? Madam Ki, are you there?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So I just want to touch this country that claims to be the happiest place on earth. That our Prime Minister even promised us that he'll bring Finland to Biafra land. And we are beginning to reject them. If this is what it means, we don't want. Because we cannot accept a country that don't verify information. A country that prides itself on human rights and democracy. A country that lectures others about freedom and justice. That country, my people, and our listeners here, if you are a Finnish citizen, I'm talking about your country, Finland. Because maybe some of you don't know how this thing started. Let me just have a little, overview of what happened that our PM has been jailed today in Finland. Because November 23, 2023, what happened to our PM? Was it November? No, 2024, last year. He was arrested. Oh. Our PM was arrested few weeks to Ari declaration. He was arrested. A man whose only crime was speaking the truth to power. That man's name is Simon Ekpa. He is now a political prisoner in a prison in Finland. I'm very, very happy that our headquarters was never in Europe. By now, they might have sold and, extradite all Biafrans back to Nigeria. You see, that is what they would have done. So, just a little story about our PM. Then those of you from international media listening to us now will now judge whether Finland deserves its reputation or not. Because this thing is paining us as Biafrans. Why Finland of all countries will jail our prime minister? He is a Finnish Nigerian citizen. Yes, so he's a Finnish Nigerian, and he's the prime minister of the Biafra Republic government in exile. A Finnish Biafran citizen. Sorry, Finnish Biafran citizen. No more Nigeria because he thought his Nigerian passport. Nobody wants to relate with Nigeria again. A Finnish Biafran citizen. And is the prime minister of the Biafra Republic government in exile. Anyway, you hear BRGIE, that is what BRGIE stands for. See, our prime minister came to us through his broadcast on X, Facebook, and YouTube, even though Nigerian terrorist government paid YouTube and Facebook to block his account. And he was there. That was where he reported on these Nigerian terrorist military atrocities in our land. And he called that government corruption and human rights violation. He said everything that they did. You see, we Biafrans protested by sitting at home because we wanted our Onyendu, our supreme leader, to be released. He never compelled us to sit at home. We accepted that civil disobedience by ourselves and said we will sit at home until our Onyendu Nnamdi Kanu is released. Our prime minister advocated for Biafra independence through very peaceful means. Yes, that was what he did. And he exposed all the massacre that the Nigerian media refused to cover. He exposed all the massacre that Khan refused to cover and expose it, even when they beheaded their president. Our prime minister exposed everything in addition to what our Onyendu had been exposing. Our prime minister never harmed anyone. Yes, he did not. He did not carry out any violence on anyone. He was just a broadcaster. And he was just a peaceful man. In fact, he received a Nobel Prize as a Oga Totti. Waiting be that title serve. Ambassador of Peace. To
Yes,
show you
Ambassador.
who he is. Ambassador of Peace. That is who our prime minister is. But Nigeria, what did they do? They labeled him a terrorist. And Finland of all countries, a supposed best nation of democracy, arrested him just to appease this Nigerian terrorist government. And they brought charges against him. Finland authorities charged our prime minister with terrorism. They charged him that he excited violence. Can you imagine?
Universal Peace Ambassador, my lady. Universal Peace Ambassador. Universal. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. Universal Peace Ambassador. Onyeka, I asked after you. Welcome back. They also said he carried out public excitement to commit offense with terrorist intent. How can you know that he's planning to commit offense with terrorist intent? Are you in his mind? Because you cannot read his mind. How come you just reach a conclusion that he planned to do that with terrorist intent? How? When did you become God to read people's mind? I don't understand. Terrorism, our prime minister never personally detonated any bomb, not even fired a gun. He did not. He did not even harm anyone. The Finnish government claims that by calling for sit-at-home protests that our prime minister incited others to commit acts of violence. That never happened. This is guilt by association. If someone listens to our Prime Minister broadcast and then commit violence, is that his responsibility? That is not his responsibility. No. Every political leader, we've seen every activist who inspires action could be held responsible for what their audience does. I've never seen that before. They said incitement to violence. Our Prime Minister broadcast called for civil disobedience. Why? Because when we come out to protest on the street, the Nigerian terrorist government and army will kill us, Biafrans. Our Prime Minister provided protection for all Biafrans. Because when we told our Prime Minister we want to protest, he said, no, they will kill you. And actually they did in Aba. They killed Biafrans. They wore white to protest against the detention of our Onyendu. They killed them. And then he said, for our safety, we all say, okay, let us sit at home so that we will not be killed. How is that an act of terrorism? How? We say we are not going to partake in Nigeria election, which are also planning to carry out another one in Anambra. We have, collectively agreed that there will be no election in our land. Yes, we cannot validate Nigeria election in our land. And we are telling Biafrans, wherever you are, sit at home on that day. Don't go and partake in this election. You see, so these are forms of non-violent resistance used throughout history. We saw it in a Gandu Indian independence movement. They use civil disobedience. We are not the first. We saw Martin Luther Jr., civil rights movement. He also used civil defense. We are not the first. Even Nelson Mandela also used civil defense. We are not the first. And whatever our Prime Minister did was based on law. Was Gaddafi a terrorist for calling on Indians to boycott British goods? Was King a terrorist for calling on Black Americans to boycott segregated buses? No. Was Mandela a terrorist for calling South Africans to resist apartheid? No. No, he wasn't. We actually, that apartheid South African government did called Mandela a terrorist, just as Nigeria is calling our Prime Minister a terrorist today. Public incitement to commit offenses with terrorism intent is what I want to talk. This charge is so vague. I've never seen anything as vague as this particular charge in my life before. Yes, I've never seen it. Because it could apply to virtually any speech that Nigeria doesn't like. They'll say it's act of terrorism. Once they don't like your speech, they'll attach terrorism to it. I have never seen anything that is vague like this before. Finland collaborated with the zoo terrorist Nigeria government because Nigeria issued arrest warrant for our Prime Minister through Interpol. And Nigeria claimed our Prime Minister was a terrorist. What did Nigeria provide Finland with? Evidence that our Prime Minister was a dangerous man. And Finland, upon all the technology that they have, upon all the communication technologies that they have, without conducting any independent investigation, they accepted Nigeria's accusation immediately. But look at what US is doing. US sent out their watchdogs. US now went and took verified information about Nigerian terrorists. US have evidence-based information about the terrorism going on in Nigeria. But Finland did not. Finland did not. Finland arrested our Prime Minister and imprisoned him. And Finland is holding him. Finally, what did they do? They jailed him because Finland trusted Nigeria. This same country that is being considered for CPC designation by the United States, Finland preferred to trust Nigeria. Finland preferred to trust a country that has killed over 100,000 Christians since 2009. Finland believes in a country that refuses to protect its own citizens. Finland believes a country that operates extrajudicial detention centers. Finland, prefer to believe a country that engages in torture. These are all the things that, the criterion that Nigeria have made to be designated. You see, Finland looked at Nigeria's human rights record and said, oh, yes, this seems like a reliable partner. Let's arrest the person that claims he's a terrorist. the Nigerian claim that he's a terrorist. But today, what has happened? Today, what has happened? There are evidence that vindicate our Prime Minister today. If you are from Finland listening to me, shame to your country. Shame to Alex Tobb, your president. Shame to all the cabinet members. Because today, our Prime Minister has been vindicated. Yes, he was arrested since 2024. What has happened since his arrest? We have seen US Senator Ted Cruz that has introduced legislation acknowledging that Christians are being murdered, slaughtered systematically in Nigeria. Is this not what our Prime Minister was fighting against? When you hear Christians, those are Biafrans. We have seen US congressmen more called Nigeria the deadliest place in the world to be a Christian. What did Finland do? They believe Nigeria lies. We have seen congressional hearing confirming that Nigerian Christians face systematic persecution. What did Finland believe? They believe in Nigerian lies. That one that a Bishop of Makodi presented. We have seen our BRGIE that secured the first ever congressional briefing on Biafra. That Washington, D.C. and Congress persons opened the door and said, come in. Stop crying, it's okay. Put your head on my chest. They started petting all the BRGIE members that went there that day. Say, stop crying. We are here to listen to you. Forget about Finland. Finland is a complicit in terrorism. And BRGIE members went in there and sat honorably, well-dressed, well-presentable. You see? What has happened? International organizations intensified their documentation of Nigerian atrocities. Everything our Prime Minister said is being proven true today, and it will continue. Because our Prime Minister said Christians are being massacred. It is confirmed. Our Prime Minister said Nigeria facilitates genocide. US lawmakers, they have agreed to that. Our Prime Minister said Biafra needs self-determination. International support is working on that. They believe it because they have their own data. All the watchdogs, they have this data. Our Prime Minister said the Nigerian government cannot be trusted. He is being vindicated daily. Even when atrocities and genocide is going on, they are still coming out to deny. That is the country that Finland believe. Because our Prime Minister was not spreading misinformation. No, he was spreading truth that Nigeria wanted to be hidden. He came out. He came out and spoke the truth. Now, as evidence mount that Nigeria is a human rights violator, where is Finland today? Their faces are uncomfortable. Finland is now facing an uncomfortable question. Why did we imprison the man who was exposing these crimes? It is hitting them if they have to be sincere. Because when you see that old Okporoko, that Finnish president Alexander Stubb, that looks like dry Okporoko, if you go to Onitsha market to buy the food, not the head of Okporoko, the real body, there's no difference between that Okporoko and Alexander Stubb. There is no difference. In fact, you may mistakenly say you are buying Alexander Stubb because there's no difference. This man has positioned himself as a champion of human rights and democracy. Few days ago, he was with Donald Trump. I think yesterday. What is he going to look for in the US? The same protection for his country. But he has jailed a freedom fighter who is also looking for protection for his own citizen. He has jailed them. You see, he speaks eloquently about the importance of standing with the oppressed. He condemns, authoritarian regime. Yet, his government is holding a political prisoner. His government is jailing our Prime Minister at the request of another authoritarian regime, which is Nigerian terrorist government. You see, when the United States designate Nigeria, as a CPC, what will Finland do? That is why I'm talking about Finland now. What will they do? What will these people do? Will Finland continue to hold her Prime Minister with this designation of Nigeria CPC? The man who tried to warn the world about Nigerian crimes, will they continue to jail him? When Biafra eventually achieve international recognition, because we know it's going to happen, what will Finland say? Oh, they will say, sorry, we imprisoned you. We wasted the number of years that you are supposed to be spending with your Biafran people, spending with your families. What will they do? That is the question. That is my question. That is why I'm talking about Finland right now. What will they do? Because Nigeria will be designated as CPC. How will they lie down? How will they see the news? How will they see America declare Nigeria as a country of particular concern? And they look at that same man that they have jailed, innocent man that was heralding this genocide. What will Finland do? That is my question now. So they should pressurize Finland to release our prime minister because he's a sincere man. What he was heralding is playing out now that even the senators in Nigeria are panicking because the truth has been, unveiled. They are also panicking what they will tell Finland, but it is too late. That is why I picked up this part before I end the space, because I don't know where they will hide their face. I don't know. When the evidence become a trait, why they are scared of accountability. Finland is scared of accountability. Finland is scared that the world will recognize it, imprison an innocent man. So where will Finland hide when the truth can no longer be denied? Where would Alex Tobb hide when historians write about this moment? Where will Finnish law enforcement hide when they must explain why they trusted Nigeria over evidence? They cannot hide because the world is watching. That is my concern now. Because everything is open. Onyonyere, yeah, go ahead before I will end the space. Sorry, Onyeka. Wait, maybe my co-host wants to say something. Can you still hear me? Toti and Madam Ki, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Let's Mazio mute. But it's like if Mazio make off of is he in the speaker section because I'm trying to bring him up here.
Yeah, he's on speaker already.
Mazio, okay, let him go ahead.
Yeah, Onyeka, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you, BIAFRANS, my lady, comrade. I greet you all. Tutors, thank you so much. Yes, and Toti, I greet you. I was on Spacey yesterday before hosted by my lady, senior student Stella. Though I think I came when she was about to bring the space down. I was having a program, so I decided to key in on that. So but the space was going on, though a few people. So thank you so much, my people. I really appreciate your consistency. You know, we must testify what we're doing. Everybody who is abroad, who is a genuine Biafran from that soil, and or indigenous person in that space called Niger area, must understand that what we're doing is the best thing, or every reasonable people will do, because in no distant time, many countries will eject every foreigners, especially Africa. Here in India, they have given notice to all Africa countries. This is official. They have officially notified all Africa countries. And it will start by next year. Yes, they want to flush out every foreign, especially Africans, not just people from that Niger area, but the entire Africa. And not only in India, many countries like that. And if you don't have a place you can call your own heaven, what will you do?
We can't hear him, or is it from me?
No, I can't hear him as well. It's from his end.
Okay. Onyeka, How do we handle this one now? Okay.
Let's take someone. Let's take someone else now. If we still have time, maybe when he comes back, he will continue for us. So, Mazi Onyeka, we can't hear you anymore. If you can hear the sound of my voice, please go down and come back again. So we'll bring you up to the speaker section.
Yeah.
So you can go.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about Musa because Musa, I would have forgotten Musa. Well, okay, Onyeka. Let Onyeka speak so that he's trying to come up. Because Musa has gone silent. We've not heard from Musa. Have you people seen that we've not heard from Musa since all this news started? Musa is the highest ranking military officer in Nigeria.
If you go show your face, where they want.
How can the terrorists now come out now and do you know? Oh God, Musa show his face now. A terrorist that is.
Musa is the one that commands all the branches of the Nigerian military.
The chief of commander of Nigerian terrorists. That is Musa. The chief of commander of all staff.
All the terrorists. He reports directly to Tinubu. Yes,
remember the time of Patami? That's the same thing Patami. You know, when his name leaked out that he was part of the people sponsoring and Boko Haram, he now went inside. Nobody heard about him anymore. The so-called shambolic regime of the dead Buhari ended. Nobody heard about him. So Musa is hiding because he's the chief of staff of all terrorists in Nigeria and also in West Africa, because Nigeria is also sponsoring terrorism, because even Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger have also accused Nigeria of sponsoring and harboring Boko Haram, ISWAP, and all the rest of them are also sponsoring them. So Nigeria have a long way to go, and I don't think they can survive this particular one at this point in time. So you can go ahead and take us.
Yeah. You see, Musa has disappeared. Because for months now, Musa has been lying. One lie from one lie to the other, from one lie to the other. He has been lying to Nigerian people in the world.
Anti-tutors, at this point, Musa does not have any lie again.
That is what I'm saying.
Anytime you see him come out again, it's confession. From now onward, Musa, I dare you, in the midst of this sanction that is about to come now, I dare you, come out and say any word and do as if you want to lie again, if you will not confess. Come out. Anything you see any of them now, all of them, including the politicians, from A to Z, that is the why you see Showore has not come out now to speak, because you know that one he had to vindicate himself somehow, because at least somebody saw bad and he call it bad, even though maybe it doesn't really matter what time or anyhow, but at least he said something. Is it not better than the rest people that have kept quiet for so long? So that is the fact. Anytime Musa come out to say anything, it's confession. He's going to use it to indict. That is the worst. That is why they are holding him. They are really holding him now. If he come out now and say anything, it's finished. We will not see what happened between Osemi and the devil killer of this thing. You saw how they are disgracing themselves on air. This is just the beginning. More are coming. So this sanction is something that they can never escape. And I pray the more we are here, the more we continue to do our own part. Thank God that the international media, they're not raising it up. They're not talking about it. And our lobbies, our lobbies will continue to do the needful. So that is why we need more support. We all these things now is adding to our advantage. So now we need to bombard the media. We need to bombard everywhere. We need to intensify. In fact, we need to make sure that we add more fuel to make everything, so that all those hidden things that have, because this thing is so disgusting that even Nigeria, when we are talking about sanction, it is not something they have to think about twice. That is the reason why when that senator in the House of in the United States of America, when he wrote, he said that in fact, he said immediately in his word, he didn't miss that word, and that is exactly what should happen without wasting any time. Because the more they are wasting time, even as we speak today, many souls, many innocent civilians in that contraction called Nigeria, they have gone, and it is unreported. Maybe we will hear it in 2 months' time. They will, after killing 200 people, they will tell us it is 30 people that just died. Thank you. I'm sorry for interjecting you, my sister.
Yeah. So let me just round up with this Musa, because I forgot Musa. You know, he lied about terrorism that he has conquered. You remember? Terrorism in Nigeria has been substantially degraded. No, hey.
Sorry to interject you, please. I have a message for the Asian States people, please.
Okay.
If you are here listening to us, please join the Asian State meeting that is ongoing now, please. Asian State, if you are please go to your Telegram platform and then join your brothers and sisters there, because there's an ongoing meeting for Asian State people as we speak now. So thank you very much. You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you for listening to us. So he said we have conquered Boko Haram, the same language that Tinubu said. Oh, Nigerian military is winning the war against insurgency. Security situation. Is that one? It has improved. You know, he has been appearing in. This is even the time that he should appear in television more and give press conference. Nothing. Musa assured Nigeria that they are all safe. In fact, they should go and learn karate to defend themselves. Hey, Musa told Nigerians that the government has everything under control, that terrorism was no longer a significant threat. And then what happened in 2025? That statistics that they supposed whether NGOZI because NGOZI and Musa, they are the same people. Statistics now emerge that shock Musa, that over 7,000 Christians have been murdered. Yes, Musa went into silent Bagam. Hundreds of additional attacks across. In fact, it's like when you wake up today, you hear it is happening here. You wake up tomorrow, it is happening everywhere. Where is Musa that the entire Christian villages abandoned as residents flee for their lives? We have seen Boko Haram with killing with impunity, operating with impunity, that even the governor of Borno said, I call for backup. No way. Where is Musa? Where is Musa? Is this what it means to conquer terrorism? Is this what it means? And now, international community is calling out all these allies. Yeah, they are calling them out. Yes, so they are calling them out. What is Musa doing? What is Musa doing? People should go and check if Musa is still breathing.
He is looking for.
Because
He's looking for Biafra Liberation Army. He don't want to say it out. I'm waiting for the day he will cry out and say that I have been in Biafra land looking for Biafra Liberation Army. Remember the last time we fly on top of the sky, we cannot see anything. But this time around, immediately we say, let us penetrate. Dust enter our eyes. Now, as I speak, my eyes are blind. The word, please come and help, Musa. Terrorist idiots. You should come out and talk now. He's busy looking for Biafra Liberation Army. The day he will mention Biafra Liberation Army, that day everything will begin to happen to him. Idiot. Terrorist he's not even ashamed to address himself as chief of terrorist staff in that contraction called Nigeria. Don't worry. Very soon, let us catch you in Biafra land. Biafra Liberation Army, they will hold you alive and disgrace you finally. Because one day you will definitely come. You will come. At that day, we catch you alive. You went to get in the side. You people think that you can use Mazin Namdekanu to negotiate Biafra. We'll punish all of you there.
Yeah. Because as we are seeing evidence mounting up like this, seeing from US lawmakers introducing sanction bills here and there, we have seen international communities uniting in condemning this Nigerian terrorist act on a Christian. Musa has gone silent. There is no more press conference. There is no more television. I've been watching Channel Television because that is his TV channel to go and sit down and lie. What is his name? Shehu cannot manage and control information. Information leak out of information leak out of Shehu's legs. In between his legs, information, poof, it came out. They couldn't manage it for Musa anymore. Hey, Shehu has failed Musa because the way the information is flying is beyond Shehu. So all the promises he made to Musa is all gone. Musa is not there. No explanation for how terrorism have been conquered while thousands are being killed. Musa is silent because Musa knows that anything he says now will be immediately fact-checked against the mountain of evidence that's been piled up. Yes, because if Musa claimed terrorism is defeated, someone will point to yesterday massacre and tell him, oh boy, what just happened a few minutes ago? What happened yesterday? Because if Musa claims security has improved, someone will show him the statistics of 7,000 Christians that have died in 2025 alone. Yeah, that is why he's running away. There is nothing like military is winning. Musa has been lying. Musa has been lying. So Musa has no answer. That is why Musa is staying silent. And he's also afraid, you know, hey, Musa, his own consequences is awaiting Musa. Yes, his own consequences are awaiting him. Yes, because they also freeze his assets. Any property that Musa owns in the United States will be gone. He will also receive this same travel ban, and there will be criminal investigation against Musa. All of them in the military, you know, he's Oga at the top. All of them will collect one by one, one by one, one by one. Yes, so my people, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We still have a lot to talk about, but unfortunately, it's almost 11 p.m. here. Yeah.
As you bring the issue of Musa now, me I can't say maybe you don't extend the time to like 2 hours more, so that we fulfill the address of this issue.
You don't want me to sleep. You don't want me to sleep. You know these senators, why they are panicking? The thing is reaching them. The thing is really, really reaching them.
Is Musa sleeping? Musa, is he sleeping? The Musa you are talking, as you hear in name today now, in mind don't cut. His BP now has now increased again to the one that he already had. You know, we are saying he should come. What did immediately Musa hear that the US Congress senators was talking about the killing? What that they have not even announced in their Zoom media, and they have chief of terrorist staff Musa. Antithesis, you are wicked though. You want this guy to come at it to come and confess. I know that they are holding him, but very soon he will come up and there is no need, he must confess. He should come and tell the world how the whole equipment, the whole armories, how they were bringing it, handling it over terrorists to take over the indigenous people's land, killing crime. Oh, Musa. Lai Mohammed, all of you. Where's the other one? That one, you think that we are forgetting him? That criminal terrorist that was indicted by Interpol from America. That police, all of them. You know all of them, all these people. How do you expect something that the United States of America Congress senator they have not, something that they refuse to even announce? Only the one they say 200 killing. Pope say massacre. You know the meaning of massacre? He announced it because this one, that was the only one they announced. But under 2 days, everything go down because they refuse to highlight it again. Now today, everything now is coming up. And you say Musa to come for Musa is peeing on his poo-poo, on his pants. If he dares come out now to say anything, so there's nothing that he should. If he come out now, he's only coming out now to admit and to confess more. If you come out, if you like, let him come out and lie and gallivant like maybe it's as business as usual. He knows the consequences more than even me and you. So that is just the fact. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Biafrans. Hey, my co-host, Madam King, You want to give vote of thanks so that we end the space? And 30.
Okay.
Madam K, go ahead.
All right. Okay. So, as you just said, you see, some of our people are just joining. Maybe they're returning from work. Oh, you see now, while a lot of lectures have gone on already by tutors. Anyway, we continue again tomorrow. As you can see, we are not exhausted, and Nona wanted us to move into Musa. But perhaps if tutors have time tomorrow, she might put up. I wish I would. It's just that I'm busy nowadays, honestly. Yeah, but
And
let's see how
think
tomorrow
I'm gonna
goes.
go to Guna. Eba, I know the one go. HMD no Haram. And thinking of Boleha. Hey, as I just mentioned this name like this now, they are panicking. They say this woman, you are still here. The reason why people are joining now is because you mentioned that evil blood sucker, Musa. You mentioned his name. And I just analyzed, I just told them now the reason why, I told you now the reason why this idiot. If Musa think that let him come out now and say, and tomorrow I'll make any statement. He should come out and make any statement tomorrow. If he cannot try it too. I beg you, Auntie Madam Iki, I say let me greet you, our big auntie. God bless you, and God bless each and every one of us that are here. Both I see my mommy Betty, Auntie Eunice. These are great women. You see Nike, Biafra is here.
Exactly. All right. So the cap of it all is that our APM have done a lot of work with Elias in Washington, D.C. and is producing amazing results. And where are all these results headed to? Is heading to our recognition. Let's not forget that. So America must start from somewhere, and they have started with killing of Christians. You see, so after the briefing, so they have just everything is just working at the same time. You see, Palestinian, Gaza, Israel, everything. You watch the timeline. You see, all these Israelites, they're all on the timeline. Tackling jihad. The UK citizens are doing their own on their side. America is doing their own. Biafrans are doing their own. Our media is doing that. So it's just happening at the same time. So all these things, they will still add more. They'll still hype more terrorism, whatever, on Nigerian head. You see? So it's all good news for us. All we are saying is all these things are supposed to be gingering us to continue to do what we are doing and is continue to donate to our government, which is Biafra Republic government in exile. And let's not forget that all this one Nigeria needs. You see the space that they just opened, talking about our Nnamdi Kanu, trying to deceive our Igbo people that Nnamdi Kanu is bad. You see, but thank God that some one Nigerians that are reasonable and that their eyes are opening are not believing and they're arguing in on that space. Okay, so at the end of the day, they all know that Biafra Republic government in exile is the only government that is true to its course. Yes, they know that NGOZI is fake. Yes, they all know that NGOZI is fake. So they know where they are channeling their concentration on, including Nigeria. So they are looking at our APM. You see, so but our APM is covered with the blood of Jesus Christ. All right, he say. Okay, tutors. Danu.
GCK, Madam K, GCK.
It's a bomb.
30, are you there? You see, I was supposed to end 10 p.m. now.
Musa is crying. Musa, oh.
Okay, tomorrow we'll start with Musa. I pray God should give me the grace. Tomorrow we'll start with Musa, no wahala. 30, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. We come do.
Yeah, come though, give vote of thanks so that we close.
Hey, Mary's coming.
Very nice talk and day here. Okay, let me just relinquish my time for Mary. I want Mary to speak, please. Tutors, you're panicking.
Oh yeah, Ivan. She's always coming when
me,
we want to close.
let me just give her my few.
Okay. No wahala. Oh yeah, man. Every time for man be close, cause they go ahead. Oh yeah, man. They wanted to close.
Abasene kuriong mboko
Hold
yelese.
your face.
Yes, Boko said, good evening, everyone. A comdo of refrewo. Mad call of me on a minion. You don't permit to yen bouquet war before Mindido. I'm so happy to meet you guys. Good evening, everyone here. Good evening, Sister Kiruka, Mommy Kiruka, tutors. We Yama. You know, we are so many here. Tochi Villa. You know, we are many. 1 million Biafrans and Simon Ekpa. Let me look well. Hold on. Now, boy, our Masi Onyedika, Simon Ekpa, Sister O Chicago. You know, Obi Chicago. Mommy Betty, we are so many Biafra license, please, so that I will not mistake, you know, Ima, Essien, Fenstra. So let's just go. You know, I love you guys so much. Believe me, Biafran, you know, we are so great. We are so great. Yes, Biafra is loving people, you know, good people, you know, good land, vital land, you know, people will have humanity. So, good evening, love of freedom. Good evening, our leader, Masi Nnamdi Kanu. Good evening, Itiade Kondo, our prime minister. Good evening, our present leader, Masi Okenkere Abasi, you know, our APM, our PM. We love you, Biafra love you more. Because when the enemy thinks they are superior, but they don't know they are inferior woefully. They are nothing like just waterproof back. When breeze blow, it carry them through away for nowhere. That is what Nigeria is. And it's good. We are happy that humanity begin to know what is happening and what Nigeria is. The real people, not the fake people. Who makes that happen? The present leader, Masi Nkenke, our present leader, our APM, our acting prime minister, the son of Biafra, the grandsons. And we are so happy. We love you. A little what we appreciate to God Almighty God, because He loves you more. So we have to add our own a little bit appreciation to nature, so that they will know the kind of heart, the appreciation we have. Thank you very much, sir. Yes, I go to the topic. Congress speak. Nigeria panic. Global markets demand accountability. Yes, of course, right? Or Uyeyama.
You got it right.
Tutor. Mbok, you know language me.
You're right.
So, yes. The global world, who makes that happen? Not that they don't know, my people. They demand accountability like those banks, those fallen evil. How can you continue destroy a nation? This question means to them all because due to our APM. But I want to ask the evil world. I don't remove 1 inch evil people around the world of concern of Nigeria, because Nigeria name is not just from today. It's not for 2005. It's not for 2023. It's not 2000. You know, it's been a long years ago, backward, before the present. I want to ask the market world of the, you know, Nigerian economic of, you know, anybody who notice Nigeria as a country, any nation who notice Nigeria as a country. I want to ask, which nation you've been burning the houses, burning the business, eating the crops, eating the, agriculture. You pack, cow from nowhere to destroy. Even right now, as we are talking. The business, the Nigerian Sioux government used their own hand because of the name of Igbo business, Biafran business. They hate you, they destroy the business, and they are crying of the economic. And they pretend that they don't know. And now the world, from APM, the Biafran nation, the peaceful people, the people who knows how humanity supposed to live. And let the whole world wake up and ask them the accountability of Nigeria economic. How come you claim yourself you have oil where is not in your own land, it's not in the Fulani land, it's not in the north, it's in the southeast, Biafra land. The gold you're taking from is not in Nigeria, it's in the Biafra land. You understand? The mineral resources the whole world fighting for is not in the north. It's in Biafra land. And you're burning their houses. Which economic are you fighting for? The accountability, the whole world, the four corners of the earth, have to ask them. Why? Because of what? The killing of innocent soul. They are not fighting only for the oil. The accountability have to go to the humanity of selling human being. A country. Sorry, if I would jump because I have to touch it a little bit, the little bit opportunity I have for Nigeria, the Sioux government of the whole world, thinking that they don't know, and we know they know it. Imagine just a man telling Nigeria what you're doing is not good. Imagine one person crying for the whole, let me just put in the west of Africa called Nigeria. Said, please, they are killing you. Your economic is for just to sell your woman being part. He did not say that will. He said, save your life because they are coming. They don't care in their economy. They don't care in even woman being life. Who produce what a nation can drive in? They destroy it. So the world now, please ask these people, ask them, demand their accountability, because you are so many. In Nigeria, there are so many. Every day then they born, every day they are killing them, every day. There is no any accountability for that. Nigeria is more than the name, the figure, the circle they give to them. Because they don't even know they are killing them one by one in the north. In the northern Nigeria, there is no houses there. There is no place to live. How are they going to produce agriculture? How are they going to produce what woman beings supposed to live? Because they want to kill all the woman beings and bring domestic people to the honor of the land. And I want to ask the European Union or the Europeans, when you took a domestic people who doesn't know go to school, jihadists, the people who terrorize the whole nation, how do you going to produce your own nation to be a better self-heaven? I'm asking you people this question, please, my people. I'm asking this question to the European The accountability is now to you two as our APM. Let you people wake up as you said you did not know of genocide of Biafra. And luckily, now I can believe you still have a ruby sympathy of humanity. American, US. Because you listen to this cry of a young man and you start to begin to ask questions. Are there still humanity in this earth? So you have a lot of accountability to Nigeria to give it to you. It's not only by killing of Christians, by fulfilled other people nation. In Nigeria, they have different kind of languages, different kind of tribe. But who is the people who rule Nigeria? People who doesn't speak even English of Britain. Give it to Nigeria. They don't speak it. How wicked can you, Britain? You giving people to rule, but the people cannot even understand you. And you think they will understand people like Biafra with different tribe where we are not even English speaking language? The word is matter of learn and understanding. And we understand you people more than you think.
Oh yeah,
So,
I want to sleep.
So Britain, you will start ask Nigerian and ask yourself to bring the accountability of the genocide of Biafran children and the genocide of innocent, cold, blind soul of Nigerian children. You turn them in that way. Sorry to make this word. Then that is where the world will start beginning to ask you. But you see, Biafra, we will stand in your neck, whosoever come to penetrate. We are the bone when you cannot vomit it or swallow it. Thank you, Biafra, for the opportunity. So fund your life and protect your nation. And tell the whole world who you are, because you're Biafra. No one can take that from you. You know? Peace, look for who look for peace. Destroy, look for who look for destroy. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Yama. Thank you. I mute my mic.
Say song, yeah. Oh yeah, don't think it out bit more yadi. It might be close of us all say in my own space. Thank you. Oh yeah, Onyeka, do you want a unit to go before you, or you just want to wrap up before internet will kick you out?
Actually,
can I bring up a suggestion?
Let her go.
So we can free you.
The internet.
Can I open a space for 2 hours?
If you have time, let her go.
Can you hear me? Can somebody hear me?
Yeah, what did you say?
We can hear you, senior citizen. Please, senior citizen is bringing up a suggestion. Please, House, let's listen first, please. What do you say, senior citizen?
Do you hear what I said?
Onyeka, hold on. Senior citizen is talking. Let's hear her suggestion.
I'm sorry.
I said suggestion. Thank you for the opportunity. Salute everyone. Can I open up a space for 2-3 hours this evening?
Absolutely.
Because it seems that people are only coming up to join now. They are coming back from work. Why not? Yes, Madam Stella, of course. Can we?
Of course.
Yes, now.
Yes.
Okay, so topic.
Hey.
I just want to remind you.
Let Eunice go first before internet will kick.
Auntie Tutos will be so. Auntie Eunice is here.
Yeah, let Eunice speak first before internet will kick her out.
Okay, so what do? I should go and open up a space.
Hold on, when I end, you open. Hold on. Let's.
Okay, you hold on. Okay. I thought we were disturbing you that you want to go. Okay.
Yeah, let these two people finish. Then I will end it.
Okay.
While you search for topic.
I
Okay,
have topic. You know, normally these days we will discuss topic a bit before we take off. So it didn't take
okay,
anybody
no
away.
wahala. Yeah, one name, one. Go ahead.
Oyai, Oyai, Adiara,
Oh my God. Welcome. Welcome, Nate.
Adiara,
Hey,
Mesere.
Miss Serende.
Adiara, you really you really are on point before they kick me out. So I was afraid of asking for the mic, but immediately I asked for the mic, not up to 2 minutes, I got kicked out. So I'm driving and I said, what happened? I'm not hearing anything again. I looked at my phone and I saw that I was off the space. Then I saw a blue a space. I never knew that was Ife space. I say, what is this? Thank God I did not hear any voice. If I had heard a voice, I would have cried. I click start listening. And I'm like, I looked at my phone. I'm like, what is this? Where the hell am I in? I quickly left. Jesus. So how did I find myself in the congregation of these evil people?
In
God
fact, this is
forbid.
also why I want to open space this evening so that people will see.
Yes, please. I was not concentrating because I was driving. Immediately I saw that start listening. I thought it was our space. I clicked on start listening, and I looked at my phone again. I'm like, Ife, BNL leader address. I said, Jesus. I removed myself and I came back to search for tutors. Please, thank you, senior citizen. Um, we need a space while those people are on, because some people will be tempted to go listen to their foolishness. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate everyone in the house. I did not pick the mic to speak on the topic because I've been listening at the background and everything have been said that I wanted to say. So it's of no use speaking again. And it's just like coming to rephrase what people have said. But I just want to use this opportunity to say thank you to everyone who supported us during our town hall meeting on Sunday. The Canadians in Biafra, Canadian Biafrans, right? Biafrans, Canadian. I don't know how to put it. Yeah, so we appreciate everyone for standing with us on Sunday. It was great. Rage and Fury, we want to personally thank you for the rendition. It was awesome. And every one of you, we can't mention you all one after the other, but we say thank you. And I want to use this opportunity to encourage everyone to continue. Do not give up. It's gonna get better. The times are not, easy, but no matter how small, no matter how little, please find it very necessary and needful to contribute to this our liberation. Tomorrow is Saturday. Please do not forget, no matter how small it is, fund your freedom, and God will bless you all. Yeah, and at the same time, I want to send a prayer to Femi Fani Kayode, the evil man, wear belly face. I know he's not listening, but I pray this, my prayer gets to him one day. Femi Fani Kayode is an evil man. So I saw this video where he was hugging, like you could see the hug he was giving Pantami, and I was so I was bitter. I was boiling watching him. And Femi Fani Kayode, it's not going to be well with you. I'm sorry for your children. I'm not going to include them in this prayer, but it's not going to be well with you. I don't know the point he's trying to prove, because since this issue of people standing up to speak now for the Christians and the persecuted, Femi Fani Kayode has taken it up on himself to, counter whatever news that is being, put out there. He's trying every means possible to water down this news that has, started spreading. But he's going to get his reward in full force. So Femi Fani-Kayode, you said that there is nothing like Christians being killed in Nigeria. There's no problem. I'm not going to say that you're going to be killed, or I'm going to say that that thing which you wish for, you're going to get it in quantum. And the same goes to Reno or Mokri. Since you have decided to make yourselves, agents of darkness against our freedom and against the people of God, you have taken it upon yourself to fight against us. God is going to shame you. God is going to disgrace you. God is going to take away that which makes you happy in life. God is going to do it. And it's going to happen. It's not going to take time, because I feel so pained watching you, with terrorists. Pantami was the man who, like, I don't know. I don't understand. A non-terrorist, you decide that you are going to walk hand in hand with him against the people of God. It shall not be well with you, Femi Fani-Kayode. It shall never be well with you. My people, this is just the reason I picked the mic this afternoon, to say thank you to you and to say a prayer for Femi Fani-Kayode. It shall never be well with Femi Fani-Kayode. And our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, will come out and shame will befall you, Femi Fani-Kayode. Kò ní dá fún ìyá aláyẹ, kò ní dá fún eléribú ìyá ẹ, olóṣì. Thank you all very much, and I yield the mic here. Sister Stella, we are waiting for you.
And the same prayers go to Ibokwe, Joe Ibokwe. Thought I saw what you shared. The same prayers go to Joe Ibokwe that said that Onyendu should not be released. All of them.
It's not Igbo Fulani. It's not Igbo.
Igbo Fulani.
Yeah,
Igbo Fulani. The same prayers goes to him as well. Thank you so much, Sister Eunice. Mazonyeka, round up so that I end for Sister Stella to start.
Actually, I never knew that I wasn't being heard. I was, because it's 12 a.m. here, so immediately come 12 a.m. my internet just end on that particular gadget. So I realized it. I don't know when where I stopped, where you stopped hearing me. I don't know. But anyway, let me just round up and send my message, because there are things I'm viewing in different ways, and I want to say to those my concern, I want my people, especially those who are medially active, let us apply some critical analysis in some certain things, because these people, they are stuck in threads. I don't know why when things about, they have to politicize it, they have to make it, exaggerate it, thinking that they are smart, because the people that are claimed to be our, that claim to represent those who believe they are Nigeria in our lands are not of the land, the majority of them. Therefore, they use them to ridicule themselves. But we promise them that this generation of ours will bring everything to an end. Yes, that's what I'm here to do. And that is what I will do. And that's why doing it is not is a honor. They must understand that. I am talking to Sowore and the likes. Don't bring anything, politics, in Mazdan Khan case. If you are truly genuine fighting for him, do it. But don't use it. Don't use Mazdan Khan to do politics. Don't use Biafra to do politics. I am warning any of them. Yes, you may say, who are you to warn you? But I am warning you, because at time I did observe Sowore, the game you played. Maybe if you have changed, but if it is Sowore, I know that you are a chameleon. But keep it aside.
Onyeka, information minister said we shouldn't go there, please.
Okay.
Go to the group, you see the message. He said we shouldn't attack him.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm
so
not.
let's leave it.
It's
We should
okay.
appreciate him for what he's doing. We are not in his mind to know the aim.
It's
Yeah,
okay. It's
so
okay.
please let's respect that.
Thank you. And again, anybody that claim you're a Biafran, please stand on BRGIE. Start with BRGIE. Don't fidget. If you know you are for Biafra, stand with BRGIE. And if you know you are against us, come open. I will respect you. Stop hiding behind fake name and fake thing. Come as enemy. I will respect you. I can even respect you for that. But for those of you who continue hiding under fake name and fake identity to deceive yourself, I'm telling you, you will steal from your own juice. Biafra issue is not something you use play. It has consumed lives, millions, that of little children and pregnant women. If you can be happy, if you are your relative, then go on and continue doing what you're doing. But if you can't, don't joke with what we're doing. Okay? If you don't know where we're coming from, I advise you to go and make research or ask questions. We will detailize you. Okay? Nigeria is not only against Biafra, it's against you. You, indigenous people in that country, it's against you. You from West Africa, it's against you. You as African. No matter what you think you are gaining, Nigeria is slaughter camp. Is a crime against humanity that every human being need to join hand in dismantling. Yes, but if you think it's only against Biafra, wait for it. That is my message. As for those of us who are in this, remain content. Because give you 100% in this. This is the best achievement we can achieve for our children and our unborn generation. No other achievement. Thank you so much for having me. Good number.
Okay, Onyeka, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Biafrans. Our senior citizen will open the space now, so please let's just move down there and join.
Abeg, please now, just second.
Okay.
Just check if I pass, you take it off. Yeah, I just want to chip word for Kanifajore, how they call them. I know I'm not a Yoruba person, sorry. That man with the carry white this thing for Nigeria. And sure, there are so many. So we want to tell them, please, my people, I'm not insulting anybody. We are Biafrans. Biafran is 40 states. We've been fighting Shure, Kanifajore, and you know what I'm talking about. I can remember when time comes, I will tell you guys what you people are doing. You and this person called Shure. If you want to fight for Nigeria, at least Nigeria, as everyone know, the south, the west of Africa, of Nigeria. And this west, we have different places. You have north, and you have south, and you have east, and you have the West. So please, my people, I just want you people to take this message to these two guys. I know there are many, even Aisha Buhari. Should take this message to them. If they are fighting, Biafran state, Biafran nation, is not 5 states.